Welcome to the Durham Town Council meeting for September 8th, 2025. And we are called to order. Is there anybody on Zoom?
I'm not in yet, so I don't know.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
We have a quorum?
It's just coming up. Hold on.
Okay.
I've just got to make the screen bigger. Caroline Bishop from UNH Student Senate is online, but no counselors are
No
online.
counselors? Okay. So we'll have a roll call of members.
Robin Vogt.
Joe Friedman.
Wayne Burton.
Darrell Ford.
Heather Grant.
Curtis Register.
Thank you. And we'd like to observe a moment of silence for Dr. Eric Lund, who, as many know, passed away in the last couple of weeks and was a town councilor. Thank you. And we will miss him. Do miss him. The agenda, I hear there might be some changes suggested.
Yes, in reviewing the agenda, it was observed that we have, at the very, very end, under new business, presentation by Sally Tobias regarding the Housing Task Force. And the suggestion would be to put it under presentations rather than other business, which would be combining, again, with the presentation items after Paul Rasmussen. So adding a C under presentation items and having Sally be able to complete her presentation in that same section.
Okay. Shall we have a show of hands about approving that? All in favor of approving that move? Any opposed? No. So we will move that agenda item to the presentation, 13C, from 14B, 14A, excuse me. All right.
We moved that to 13C, right?
Yes. To
13C.
13C, excuse me. At this point, there is a position to be filled on this council, and I would like to make a motion to appoint Carden Welsh to that position.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? We'll take a roll call vote for that.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Thank you very much. And Carden, welcome, and we'd like you to join the meeting. And Rachel Dean, our town clerk, is here to swear you in.
First you get sworn in, then you get sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will bear faith and true allegiance to the United States of America and the state of New Hampshire, and will support the constitutions thereof? Do you solemnly and sincerely swear and affirm that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the town council, agreeable to the rules and regulations of the Constitution and the laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations. Going to have you just...
By the way, I'm an atheist, so the "so help you God" was kind of irrelevant.
I just need your signature card. Thanks.
I think under penalty of perjury is what was suggested the last time.
For those of you who don't know, Carden served on this council for many years. He's a former corporate executive. He's really good with money, and he brings a lot of experience to the board for the interim, and we really appreciate him taking this on. Thank you, Carden.
Yeah, thank you very much. I, of course, feel badly for Eric. I really appreciated all the work he did on the council and the town. I feel honored to replace him for this short amount of time.
Appreciate your doing it. And we need to elect a new chair pro tem, and I would like to recommend Sally Needle for that position.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion for Sally?
You're not interested, Joe?
As the vice chair? I don't think I can do both. And Sally's done a very good job.
And does
In
she
the
know you're
past.
doing this?
Yes, she does.
I just want to make sure.
All right.
I'll be Sally tonight.
All right. Any other questions? Or we'll vote on Sally then. Councilor Register?
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin Vote, aye.
Carden Welsh, aye.
Thank you. All right. Sally from afar, we appreciate you're willing to do this. We have some openings that Eric had filled on committees, and I will just open up the discussion of if anybody wants to do any of the open, either cemetery committee, historic district, heritage commission, or planning board.
I'll do the cemetery. I haven't, that would be interesting, the cemetery committee. Why not?
I was asked if I'd go on the historical commission. The only challenge is that I'm not sure if I'm gonna, this is my 4th term. I'm not sure if I'm gonna re-up in the spring, so it'd be better to get somebody who is going to be here in the spring, of course we don't know for sure. But I will do it for the interim time. So I have a connection through the work on the Wagon Hill Farm and other connections with the history. And actually, I was on it once before. It's come to think of it.
Could I just ask that people speak a little bit louder than
Of course, Robin, we will. What I said was I've been on it before, and I'd be happy to do it again on an interim basis anyway. And although it may be short depending on what I do next spring for re-upping for the council for my 5th term.
Okay.
I'd be willing to fill the planning board
Oh, really? That's excellent.
interim
Thank you. Thank you.
for now, anyway.
Excellent. And does anybody else want to compete for any of the open positions? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Councilor Heather Grant to the Cemetery Committee, Councilor Wayne Burton to the Historic District Heritage Commission, and Councilor Darrell Ford to the Planning Board.
I will second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call vote with Councilor
Aye. Carden Welsh.
Robin Vote, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
You gotta appreciate that. Town's fortunate to have such good talent on their committees and commissions. We have a special announcement that the UNH and Durham Fire Department have invited the town to the 24th anniversary commemoration of the events of September 11th. Of course, fire departments were particularly impacted. It's going to be Thursday, this September 11th. It starts at 8:15 a.m. The ceremony will actually begin at 8:30. The College Road will be closed at 8:15. And College Road will reopen at 9:30. And the entire public is there. They want it to be, they've designed it to be a day of service, a day of remembrance, and a Red Cross blood drive. So even if you can't do service, they said any comments that you might make for your firefighters or for people that were impacted, and it did have a big impact here in Durham. There were a number of people that were actually on the plane, the first plane that hit. So it has a deeper meaning for a number of people in town. And that, again, is Thursday, September 11th. It's the blood drive is from 10 to 3, and there's a food drive as well. And those comments, they're calling it a kindness card station. So that whole event actually is from 10 to 3, with the ceremony just in the morning, as I described at the fire department. It'll be in the MUB, GSR, the blood drive and food drive, and kindness card station. So it'll be
Granite State Room.
Granite Stateroom at the MUB. Yes, thank you.
The opening ceremony is at the fire station.
Yes, opening ceremony at the fire station. And now public comments. Please state your name, your address, and there's a 5-minute limit. And if you agree with a previous speaker, perhaps say you agree. And if you've got new points to add those after that. Or you can just say you agree if you have nothing else to add to what's already been said.
Good evening. Nancy Sandberg, 15 Langley Road. I'm here tonight because it's been more than a month since you closed the public hearing on building heights in Durham, and I wanted to be able to reiterate the position of the Durham Historic Association, because we believe it's very important that we recognize in our downtown core that there is history down there that needs to be recognized and worked with. Particularly when you go from the west side of Main Street, you have the Gorman Block near the Hetzel and Fairchild Halls at UNH. So you have the Gorman Block, and then kind of in the middle, you have where Young's Restaurant was. That's 3 stories. And then going further to the east, you have the Hardy-Philbrick block. And then finally, when you get to the east end of the core, you have the Ballard House. The Hardy-Philbrick block and the Gorman block were built in the 20s and 30s. And Eric Huddleston, an architect and designer of many UNH buildings, was involved with those. And so our position is that that we think that 4- and 5-story buildings are incompatible in terms of the scale, the human scale that townspeople have spent a number of years talking about. And so the Durham Historic Association is very much opposed to the zoning changes that you're going to be discussing and at the very last of this meeting. Thank you. I have spoken twice at both public hearings, but since so much time has gone by, we felt it was important to reiterate our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Jumper. I live at 23 Mathis Cove Road in Durham. This past spring, the residents of Mathis Cove Road realized that chemicals had been sprayed on our street for the purpose of killing knotweed without anyone who lives on the street having been given any advance notice of such spraying. The street expressed concerns about this action via an undersigned neighborhood letter and made specific requests for actions. We received a reply from the town, specifically from the DPW director, that pointed us to a tracking tool that only showed previously sprayed areas. Furthermore, the town responded by saying they are not legally required to notify residents prior to spraying of pesticides and herbicides. In summary, I'm bringing this issue to you tonight for 2 reasons. One, I would like this information to be on the record that pesticides are being used in town without the prior notification of town residents. And 2, I would also request that the town hold public discussion on weed management policies going forward. This should include discussion about providing notifications for residents on planned spraying and the exploration of alternative programs such as in Dover, which is a town that has a non-toxic weed management policy that includes a way for residents to opt out of spraying altogether. Durham should examine the non-toxic weed management policies in other towns. Several of my neighbors and I are happy to sit down and discuss this important issue and the path forward. Thank you for the opportunity to share this concern and request on behalf of the 16 undersigners of the letter from Mathis Cove Road.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
When our previous conversation happened, first off, thanks for coming. It's good to see you here. I know we missed last iteration because you had family items going on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cool. Was the discussion about the removal of DPW spraying that area adequate with the other neighbors, or did they find the mechanical means too obtrusive?
The neighborhood is asking if we could have further discussion on looking at different policies and different ways to approach the issue in town.
And that being, is that understanding the mechanical removal by the residents being one of those options? Is that an appropriate?
You mean cutting it?
Yes. Trying to sound fancy.
I can't speak for everybody here. I just know the request was to have further discussion on it. So we would love, I think the neighbors would love to have at least another to talk about it, or if there's a way to examine other policies, if that's through another committee, or there are people in the neighborhood who are definitely willing to come and help out in policy discussion on it.
Hey, thank you for your diligence on this, because I know chemicals in general are an anomaly, but the PFAS stuff that you've endeavored or you've dealt with personally has only continued to get worse and is only becoming a more Gordian knot of a problem. And so I appreciate your diligence in looking out for your neighbors.
Thanks.
Joe, could I ask Todd a question?
Yes.
Todd, I thought we had passed an ordinance that said we weren't going to use chemicals to control, I think, herbicides or pesticides. No?
No, this had come up maybe 10 years ago
Right.
when Portsmouth and Dover were talking about it. And the decision in Durham, after talking with the Land Stewardship Subcommittee and Public Works, was to not pass such a measure and instead to use chemicals sparingly on those types of invasives where it was very problematic to deal with them in other ways. And so for a number of years, we worked with a licensed state applicator who was external to the town to do specific locations and specific pulls out on town forests and along roadways. You may remember we had a particularly virulent case of Japanese knotweed right out here that we were able to address. And we tried to address that in a host of other ways and were unsuccessful. And chemical is what allowed us to manage that. Subsequent to contracting it out, we sent some of our own staff to be trained and certified by the state. And so they do follow best practices with the application. They do it sparingly, and it's in locations on substances like knotweed. Now, in this case that Mrs. Jumper has noted, I was out of the office for a number of weeks at that time, but my understanding is that Public Works has flagged that street, and their understanding was the neighbors were open to managing it themselves within the right-of-way and on the private land there.
So that idea had been raised, but there hadn't been any discussion.
Could you come to the speaker, because the people at home can't hear? I'm sorry. Yeah. Any of them, whatever you can pull.
So that idea had definitely been raised, but the neighbors had not had a chance to hear that idea or discuss it together. So there was not a definitive conclusion drawn or a commitment made at that time.
So I'm so glad you came this evening, because in my understanding, it had been resolved and we had moved on. And so let me put this back on the list of things to try to work through. And we're going into the season where I've had assurances there won't be further spraying in your area, at least for the time being. And there won't be spraying anywhere before long because we're moving into cooler weather. So why don't we take some time to figure out how to maybe start a conversation with you and interested neighbors about that area.
Great, thank you.
Nick Isaac, 35 Oyster River Road, Durham. I'm here to talk about ordinance 2025-08, which has to do with the increase of building height from 3 floors to 4.5, or 4 to 5 floors. And my understanding is the ordinance change has to do more with the economic viability of downtown. More to do with that versus building height. So my preference would be to allow an increase in height rather than limit it to 3 floors. I think there's many examples in surrounding communities of 4-story, at least 4-story, some 5-story buildings in Exeter, Dover, Portsmouth. And I think if you run the numbers on a lot of these projects, I've talked to many developers and builders in the area, that 3 floors simply doesn't work financially, because many lenders won't lend money based on the retail. The retail tends to not drive the project, and you need the residential to drive the project. So if you have a third of the project retail, and you can't find a lease for that space. In the 25 years that I've lived in Durham, I've seen Main Street struggle to maintain retail, or restaurants for that matter, and I haven't seen that with the residential component. I've seen that part flourish, and we do have a shortage in housing, so it just doesn't make sense to me to limit it to 3 floors. And I'm not saying we need 5 stories necessarily, but somewhere, some kind of a compromise, I think makes sense.
Thank you.
Well, Beth Olshansky on Zoom has her hand up.
Okay, we'll get to her in a minute or two.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Tolu Afalayan, 9 Willie Road, Durham, New Hampshire. And I'm here as a board member of the Durham Business Association, and I would like to formally voice support for the ordinance 2025-08 and its mission to alleviate some of the difficulties and pressures that businesses face in downtown Durham. The identity and character of any town is combined of many facets of a community, from the people to the nonprofits, schools, architecture, wildlife, ecology, civil engagement, and the businesses. None of these facets should be taken for granted, and each and every one of them should be supported and cultivated. This is why, as a board member of the Durham Business Association, I believe that in order to support a vibrant and socially cohesive downtown and Durham community at large, we need to do what we can to directly address the problems, concerns, and pressures that our Durham community businesses are navigating. From difficulty finding consistent parking to concerns around commercial development guideline expansion. We hope that regardless of how the discussion related to this particular ordinance develops, that more direct action regarding these concerns is taken to help ensure that our community can nurture a strong and long-lasting commercial base within our community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Anybody else in the room want to speak?
Good evening. Michael Carter, 4 Willie Road here in Durham. Some of my remarks may be considered anathema, even heresy, before the council and town boards, and I don't intend them to be offensive. I offer them from the perspective of a 35-year Durham resident. My wife and I have lived here for that length of time continuously, our children graduated from Oyster River High School. As I've read meeting minutes and watched meetings of the council and the planning board on Zoom, over the past 2 years, I'm struck by a certain note of stridency that has arisen regarding some of the issues that are being addressed tonight and the council will vote on tonight. And there's a sense of imperativeness here, bordering on panic, that the town must do something. And what I respectfully urge the council is stop, take a deep breath collectively, and don't feel that you have to be compelled to do something. So the issues before the planning board and the town council that stood out for me over the last couple of years all revolve around things like affordable housing, restoring downtown vitality for the permanent residents. I think the students are quite comfortable with the vitality of the downtown bars, and increasing the taxable property base without increasing the expenses associated with the Oyster River schools. All of these are linked to the authority of the town council to construct and amend zoning ordinances. And some of the factors that have brought this out for me are the attractiveness of Durham to relatively wealthy families, largely derives from the quality of the schools, and which in turn is driven by the aspirations of those families for their children. And this has not changed in the 35 years that I have lived here. And what has changed, and I've observed this over time because I'm out constantly walking our dogs in our neighborhood, but I suspect it's also true for other neighborhoods. We see more Mercedes, more high-end Audis, Teslas, lots of home sales north of $600,000 and $700,000, more two-income households. And that hasn't changed in Durham in the 35 years that we've been here, except that there have been more and more of those kind of families settling here. And the reason for that are factors that I think are largely beyond the control of the town council or any town board. And those regional and national economic forces that undergird these kind of local changes are not ones within the capability of the town to either contain or redirect. Things like online shopping that depletes the availability of downtown merchandise, remote telework for people who want to be able to commute without physically commuting, the proximity of both Portsmouth and Dover for in-person shopping or fine dining apart from buying groceries. So my question for the council, and these are rhetorical obviously, are for whom does the town hope to encourage affordable housing? I don't think it's the intent of the proponents to be able to have an underclass, a permanent underclass of people working on behalf of the relatively wealthy families. For whom does the town think that 4- and 5-story buildings will increase the appeal of our downtown central business district? My wife and I recently had occasion to go to Boston to consult a medical provider at Tufts Medical Center. It was our first time driving down there in several years. And the sort of urban canyons that we went through there reminded us when we were driving back home how blessed we are to live in Durham and to enjoy the aspect of Durham that we have. And so I keep that in mind if one is considering what the alternatives might be. So my final comment is that our town has a carefully devised master plan developed over a considerable period of time through discussion and debate among residents and business stakeholders. And so I would ask the council not to jettison the plan's community visions to achieve some possible short-term gains for any of these perceived imperatives that seem to have emerged while losing the unique character of the town. And my last comment won't win me any friends in town. Don't be afraid to tax me or us a little bit more to make up, as former Councilor Jim Lawson said at the last meeting of the council, that 0.4% increase in the property tax base that would arise from adopting some of the zoning changes. So thank you all for your hard work, and nothing that I've said should be construed as criticism of either the council or the planning board. Rather, I'm deeply grateful for all the work and the time that the boards have invested. So it's just simply an alternate perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to pause for just a minute. Councilor Friedrichs is on Zoom, and we need to vote allow her into the meeting. And Councilor Friedrichs, if you can hear me, can you say why you could not be at this meeting?
I don't have childcare this evening.
Okay, so.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Robin vote aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wade Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Reister, aye.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Maeve Nolan. I'm with the Workforce Housing Coalition of the Greater Seacoast, and I also serve as an advisor to the Durham Housing Task Force. On behalf of WHC...
Can you please say your address?
Oh, I don't live in Durham, but I live on the Seacoast, and we work very closely with the Housing Task Force.
Thank you.
Hope that's okay. On behalf of the Workforce Housing Coalition, we would like to express support for the Housing Task Force's proposal to increase building height maximums in Durham in the Central Business District as a tool to address the ongoing regional housing shortage. Our mission is to advance housing solutions that enable working families and essential workers to live in the communities they serve, and we see this as a critical step toward achieving that goal. This modest increase in height limits offers several planning and community benefits, such as efficient use of land, in which Durham's limited developable land, combined with conservation and UNH property constraints, makes vertical development an effective way to increase housing supply without expanding into rural areas. Housing diversity, in which additional height supports multifamily and mixed-use projects that provide options for workforce households, students, and seniors, groups increasingly priced out of the seacoast. Financial feasibility, in which taller buildings improve project economics, making it more viable for developers to deliver both market rate and affordable units. Sustainable growth, in which concentrating housing near existing infrastructure and transit, such as in the Central Business District, reduces environmental impact while leveraging Durham's current systems efficiently. And finally, supporting the regional workforce, in which by creating additional housing in Durham, the town can help meet the needs of local workers and relieve pressure on surrounding communities, thus strengthening the regional economy. It is for these reasons that we encourage the council to approve ordinance number 2025-08 as a meaningful step toward expanding housing opportunities in our community. Thank you for your consideration of these important planning measures. We appreciate the continued efforts of the Town Council and the Housing Task Force to ensure Durham remains a place where working families can live, work, and thrive, and we are prepared to support you, however possible, to advance your future goals for thoughtful and equitable housing growth in the town of Durham.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pete Murphy, 37 Main Street, Scammell Grange Building. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the ordinance that we're talking about, allowing the 4 stories, fifth by conditional use. I keep hearing fifth, but I think really the intent of this whole thing is to try to get us to the point where we're at 4, which is like a compromise, I believe, and getting to that 4th level from an economies of scale standpoint, from a building development point, is huge. From a developer, builder, building 3 stories versus 4 stories, 4 stories makes it that much more attractive to do and to get financing from a bank to make the project happen. If by chance someone were to get a 5th story, that project becomes even a little bit more doable. At 3, I know firsthand, just because I own 357 Jenkins Court, and I've been in the process of trying to sell that building for 2 years, constant obstacle is the 4th story. They would like a 4th story so they can try to get the numbers to work. And I think the last time I was here saying that the obstacles that a lot of builders, developers have right now are things out of your control, which is the interest rates at 6.5%. You try to do a project, if you don't have the cash and you're borrowing at 7.5% on a commercial loan. It makes it hard. The cost to build, I think we all know, is higher than it was probably 10 years ago when a lot of these projects were being developed. It's high. I don't care who you are. If you're a builder, it's high, but if you're a developer, it's even higher. And so, as someone that knows firsthand what it took to develop buildings like the Grange, and also what the project is right now that I'm looking at on Jenkins Court, the the fourth floor really helps the project. I know what I was going to say. I reached out to my attorney in Dover, and we were talking about this ordinance. And so the thought was, okay, if you can't do it by right, Pete, they can go for a variance, I think is what was said the last time at the meeting. You can go for a variance to get that fourth floor. What that entails is a lot. There's 5 bullet points in here where he's explaining if somebody wants to go for a variance, they need to do this. I only have 5 minutes, so I'm not going to read this, but a lot of it has to do with reaching out to get an appraisal. That's even assuming we could get around the spirit of the deal where we're going to go to 4 stories in a zone that's not. And it was just like redundancies, talking about the butters and getting their buy-in and a few other things. And so I'm looking at this, and if I'm a potential buyer of Pete Murphy's property, I'm saying, geez, do I want to go through all of this just to get to find out, spend all this money? They need to have a rendering of that building, a design of that building, what it's going to look like against all these other things, and that's just money. And I'm already saying it's already tough to do a project without that, so to now go 6 months, 4 months to try to get in front of the ZBA with everything that you need so you're not going there unprepared is a lot to ask of somebody that's going in to try to buy that building. And it almost gets to the point where they say, hey, Pete, love your building on 357 Jenkins Court, but it's not for me. I think the last time we discussed it a month ago, and I said this, the 2 of the gentlemen that were looking at it were here. One of them thanked me for the time as he was leaving here and said, thanks. I'm getting the sense that it's not going to happen. And so that's okay. If 35 Jenkins doesn't get developed, we'll put some storefronts in there and life will go on. It's not the end of the world. I'm just saying, even if I didn't own 357 Jenkins Court, I would be here today as someone that walks up and down Main Street every day between my properties, that I would say, let's go ahead and make it a right that we could go 4 stories so it makes a project economically viable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Harris, 56 Oyster River Road. I taught marine biology at UNH for 51 years and was the go-to person for prospective students and their families and such. And one of the major strengths to attract people to come to Durham is the small town atmosphere. And over the last number of years, I have watched increasing numbers of development of student housing. And as things develop, this proposal is to put higher buildings on Main Street, which will destroy the atmosphere of the downtown as far as prospective parents and students. And on the other hand, all it will do is increase student housing because there's no parking and you don't have the infrastructure to go for it, and you've already overbuilt student housing. Enrollments are down. They're not going to be increasing for a period of time. It does not make sense at this period in time to be building 4- and 5-story buildings on Main Street. In other parts of town, certainly it's a good idea, and we definitely need lower price housing for workforce and such. But in downtown on the Main Street, it makes absolutely no sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carolyn Singer, 5 Woodridge Road. Just want to mention that the Historic District Commission has already rendered a letter to you. I hope you'll take that into consideration. And I am a member of the Historic District Commission. I'm here as an individual, though, and I want to quickly just run through a couple of points. I want to support Nancy Sandberg's contention that we really need to protect the historic district. Aesthetics are hugely important in getting people downtown. They are very important for community pride and for developing communities. You really have to pay attention to the spatial considerations concerning the historic structures. So please, whatever you do, please protect the historic district. 2, problems facing Durham aren't trivial, and I think they require a well-thought-out plan. And I'm not sure why you're not considering hiring a professional downtown planner to address all these issues. I think you're putting a Band-Aid on some pretty significant injuries. Again, building height is not going to address the problems caused by Amazon. They're impacting everyone. Durham's not alone in that. And lastly, I'm looking around here and I see people who have spent years serving Durham. And they've created the town that all of you have chosen to live here. Some of you are very new. And, I'm not sure why you're not listening to the residents who are raising very solid objections. And again, they're the ones who made Durham what it is, that made you want to move here. So really, please, the aesthetics are hugely important, and sometimes I just think that's getting lost in all of this. And I also think that you need a professional planner to come on board, because there's bigger things going on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Meyerowitz, 7 Chesley Drive. First, I would add to Larry Harris's comment that as chair of the Department of Communication at UNH, I repeatedly found the students and their parents saying that what attracted them to UNH, despite cost and other problems, was the small town atmosphere, and in addition to the proximity to Boston and other things, but that Durham felt like a small town, a safe town for students. So I would reinforce that point. Also, because of the 2 months that have passed since July 7th, and also with Todd being on sabbatical July 7th, I did want to quote from 2 of the letters that were sent to you, which get back also to procedural issues, which I've been talking to you about many issues for months. So in July 7th, Judith Spang came and presented a letter, and a very small part of it. In my 42 years in Durham, I've served on multiple boards, and she also mentioned she's now a member of the Housing Task Force. I have had concerns about the lack of a serious deliberation by either the Housing or Downtown Task Forces of the proposal to eliminate the third-story restriction on buildings. I have also been outspoken about the lack of public vetting process of this significant change. And then skipping, my greater concern is the lack of a comprehensive planning process in bringing this zoning change to the town council, as Carolyn Singer just said as well. The recordings of the February 17th meeting show only an inconclusive discussion of increasing building heights to 4 and 5 stories along Main Street and Madbury Road. This took all of 3 to 4 minutes. There was no discussion of how this recommendation might align with our master plan or architectural design standards, nor was there a conclusive vote by the handful of downtown committee to send the proposal to the town council. The result, as Judith continues, this whole proposal is slipped from the Housing Task Force through the town council and planning board based on no data and scant public input. And then at the end, she talks about the miscommunication about this, that the council communication implies the Housing Task Force studied and endorsed eliminating the 3-story limit. This is untrue, and Michael eventually admitted there was no, quote, there was no vote nor a definitive statement of endorsement. And then Judith also speaks about the master plan process and how that's usually done, not through this process. On August 4th, Deborah Hirsch Mayer submitted a letter with saying agree we need more tax revenue, but I have several concerns about the proposed ordinance. It wasn't properly vetted. Quote, the process has more resembled one of advocacy for the idea originated by 4 individuals who sat on the downtown subcommittee and the Housing Task Force as it moved to the Housing Task Force and through the planning board. where several of those members also sit. So it's sort of a small group and not really the type of vetting that should be done. And then that she also referred to the master plan process in the past. And she also especially encouraged people to pay close attention to Beth Olshansky, who has been waiting to, I think, make comments right now. And I also hope that Nick Isaac and others watched Beth's amazing presentation at the last meeting, where she basically addressed how to meet all the requirements that people want regarding expansion of housing, but not destroy the beauty of the appearance of Main Street. She offered a compromise that was very attractive and that I think needs to be addressed, and it would fit the requirements of a lot of the people who have spoken in favor of this ordinance. So I hope you will let Beth Olshansky speak before the close of public comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Julian Smith, 3 Chesley Drive. I'll be brief. I want to call your attention to the very first whereas in the ordinance. It begins, whereas activity within the downtown has decreased in recent years and a boost to the level of activity is important, etc. What activity are we talking about? This is an abstraction. Are we talking about commercial activity? Are we talking about taxes generated? Are we talking about profits? I would like to see more commercial activity downtown, a drugstore downtown, a good bookstore downtown, and so is that the kind of activity we're talking about? And I don't see that the increase in heights somehow makes that activity possible if you have to tear down a building that already has a business in it. But thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room that wants to make comment? No one else in the room?
Would you suggest
sorry.
Beth go first, because several of us would like to follow her?
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Olshansky?
Thank you. Beth Olshansky, Packers Falls Road. I wanted to present on building heights along Main Street some key points. First of all, looking at the big picture, we are asking for 3.5 stories only along a small area of our entire downtown, from TNC to Madbury Road, adjacent to the historic district. You can see by the stars, gold stars, that's 10 parcels. 3 of them have already been redeveloped. Why the focus on Main Street? Because Main Streets define our community character. They either attract people to a downtown or they don't. The concept of human scale appears throughout our master plan and our architect design standards. While it sounds warm and fuzzy, it is actually a precise calculation tied to the width of streets, sidewalks, building setbacks, etc. Human scale for Main per architect Doug Banks. Our architectural design, I missed the slide, excuse me, and states the downtown will have a human scale of primarily 2 and 3 and under circumstances 4-story buildings. Our architectural design standards call for human scale buildings downtown, no greater than 1.5 stories between adjacent buildings, sensitivity to neighboring buildings and the streetscape, and maintaining a, quote, small town feel that is so important to residents. How do we know that? Because our master plan survey tells us that 86% of respondents want our downtown to retain its small-town New England character. 5 stories by conditional use along this small stretch would be impossible to meet. It has to meet all 8 criteria. Criteria number 4, having to do with buildings shall not be incompatible with the character of the neighborhood in scale, etc. Where would 5 stories possibly work along Main Street? Let's look at some examples provided by Nick Isaac. Clearly out of scale, this building does not meet our design standards, re height differences between adjacent buildings, nor does it meet conditional use number 4 with compatibility of character. Similar issues exist with this more traditional architecture also provided by Nick Isaac. It is not of human scale, doesn't meet design standards regarding height differences, nor compatibility with the streetscape. Would 5-story buildings work here adjacent to our historic Youngs? Even 4 stories by right could be problematic. Is this canyon effect what you'd want to see at the corner of Main and Jenkins? These 4-story boxes with flat roofs designed for Mill Plaza meet our current design standards. They too would create a canyon effect. These boxy buildings also appear incompatible with the streetscape, but they could be approved by right if you approve this ordinance. 4 stories next to the juicery flies in the face of our master plan and design standards around human scale and compatibility. Doug Banks reminds us 3.5 stories is a building scale tipping point between small town and more urban feel. With a slight adjustment in roof line, this 4-story more urban building could be transformed into a 3.5-story building. It is more visually compatible with the streetscape while providing an extra floor of rental space, as everyone has been asking for. This example of 3.5 stories hits a sweet spot. Visually compatible, aligns with the master plan and design standards regarding human scale, is compatible with adjacent buildings and the streetscape while offering that extra floor of rental space. It looks good. It looks like it belongs. What about...
Excuse me, Ms. Olshansky, I understand that Ms. Mowers is going to pick up the thread on your...
Okay, let me just finish this one slide and Robin will pick up the rest. What about the tax revenue based on usable area? This 3.5-story building provides virtually the same area as building a full 4th floor per Doug Banks. Thank you, Joe and Robin. I appreciate you picking up.
Hi, Robin Mower, Britton Lane. I'm going to have to test this. Okay. I'm just going to read very briefly from Beth's slides and then read my own comments. So, hit it, Beth. Okay. So 5-story buildings along this stretch of Main Street violate all our planning documents. Allowing 5 stories would be a breach of community trust. Zoning for by right without changes to our design standards will result in an unattractive, flat-roofed, boxy building. 3.5 stories hits a sweet spot. It aligns with our master plan and design standards, incentivizes redevelopment, provides an extra floor of rental space and additional tax revenue, will result in more interesting roof lines, more attractive architecture, and maintains community trust. Please respect the request of 252 Durham letter signers and vote no on the proposal before you. So now I'm going to start my own comments. While the initiators of this zoning amendment and others in the community care deeply about the region's lack of housing Asking the community to welcome the transformation of our small downtown to an urban look is simply not going to go down well with people who moved here precisely because they wanted a small downtown feel. As I've pointed out earlier, we're looking at competing goods and needs. How can one address the underlying needs of residents who want more housing and residents who want to retain at least some small town feel? Chris Voss was the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator and worked on over 150 hostage negotiations. I can see Todd's feeling this is out of left field.
Never
He
split the
argues that
difference,
compromise
I
is
assume.
guaranteed lose-lose. It's a guarantee of mediocrity. Why? Compromise waters down the visions of both parties until nothing bold remains. On the other hand, a win-win result of negotiation is something neither party may have thought of. The cut through to Petty Brook Lane at Madbury Commons, which connects the Commons to downtown and to UNH, was conceived of not by the architect or the planning board, but by the town administrator. And a new idea is also what Beth Olshansky has brought to the table for the primary portion of downtown that provides a small town feel. That is, a few small parcels on the central stretch of Main Street, 3.5 stories with a pitched roof and dormer. You might think that's splitting the difference between 3 stories and 4, but look more closely. What you're really getting is 4 floors of usable area, which is more than you would get if you built 4 stories with a setback. Note that Beth's proposal would also work for small parcels, where 4 stories with a setback would significantly reduce the usable area. Earlier today, I looked at the zoning ordinance for Portsmouth. Their Character District 5 is equivalent to our central business district in use and desired density. You do not see tall buildings with flat roofs in this part of Portsmouth. Portsmouth explicitly recognizes through its zoning the value of aesthetic standards that are appreciated not only by residents, but by visitors. And that's not a bad goal for Durham. So I hope the council will remand the amendment to the planning board with a recommendation to strongly consider the so-called 3.5-story pitched roof alternative, and in so doing respect the 252 residents who submitted their names in support of this option. And at that point, I hope the planning board will also review the architectural design regulations with an eye to ensuring they would deliver designs and good quality construction that complements both the historic district and adjacent UNH buildings. In terms of the bigger picture, our downtown is small and we need to grow. For that very reason, we need a comprehensive vision to get it right. Several local planning excerpts have noted that, given 6 months, they could bring a holistic approach to redeveloping downtown rather than relying on a piecemeal zoning. Dick Gottschneider, former real estate executive and economic consultant who helped redesign the Pease International Trade Port and was a principal in RKG Associates, would be happy to contribute and noted the value of bringing Torrington into discussions. Judith Spang, longtime state representative with years of planning experience, would also be game. Perhaps even architect Doug Banks, former UNH campus planner, could be persuaded to jump in. Again, please vote against the proposal before you. We can do better. We can create a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth LaRocca. I live at Britton Lane in Durham, and I've been here for 8 years. I just wanted you folks to know that I'm in support of what the Durham Historic Association has expressed to you about their concerns, as well as Beth's presentation and what Robin had to say. I want you to know that I grew up in Newmarket. I shopped at the red carpet, I think it was, got my flowers there. I saw Love Story at the movie theater on Chestnut Court, graduated from UNH in 1980 from the Whisby School, and I worked for Eversource PSNH for 40 years, 30 years in economic development, community development, and community relations. I met Todd when he was in New Boston. Mm-hmm. We were all about, Eversource as an electric utility company, was all about economic development. It had to work within the footprint it had. So we were involved in the business BIA, Chambers of Commerce. We're also the main sponsor of the New Hampshire Main Street program. You see the improvements that have been made in Dover, Newmarket, where I grew up, poor community, Concord, other wonderful, darling little New Hampshire communities. It's hugely important to respect the unique character of our communities. That's really the essence of the New Hampshire Main Street programs. They worked with communities, figured out what was unique. I lived in Manchester for 25 years. When I moved there, people were telling me it was a bombed out hellhole. But I joined the Historic Association. We changed the minds of those Manchester residents. We were basically a consultant to the city and the residents and told them why their mill history and their industrial history had value. Look at them now. We got a National Preservation Award. The same time the people that were in support of the Newcastle Hotel got a National Trust an award. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for listening to me. And I wish you good luck, and I hope that you'll consider what I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Kelly, 11 Garrish Drive. I've lived in Durham and played in Durham and gone to school in Durham for more than 60 years. I lived in Durham when there was a very vibrant downtown. We had a soda fountain. We had a record store. We had a clothing store. We had a bookstore. Two, in fact, with Town Campus having a book loft that was a very good bookstore, featuring local writers. What was Grant's restaurant had a large window in which local artists, and very good artists, and Durham had them in abundance, not amateur artists at all. These were professional artists, and their work would be displayed in that window. That vitality is gone. Yes, because there are a number of challenges that Durham faces that most towns do not. And as a result, our town has become almost dead. And to build 4 or 5-story buildings and consider them residential buildings would be the final death knell for downtown revitalization. Because we all know who's going to occupy those buildings. It will not be people, families with cars. Where are they going to park? It will be students, because they are given parking spaces in university parking lots. And they can walk to their residences, but more importantly, they can just cross the street to Nick's on the weekend. And what more can you ask if you're a student of that mind? Yes, businesses have struggled in Durham. Doug Clark made a valiant effort with Ciao Italia. It was a good restaurant. Grown-ups really appreciated it. But he could not overcome the reputation that Durham is a student town. And with a name like Ciao Italia, well, what does that mean to people who aren't here? That means better pizzas, but beer as well. So the sense of urgency here is really working against you. The Main Street program is a terrific program. They have revitalized thousands of communities around the country. But it takes time. And it takes some vision, and it takes professionals. We do not have a professional town planner or downtown planner, downtown redevelopment planner. And the things that we consider as challenges such as, well, there's Amazon, there's Portsmouth, there's Dover. What can Durham offer? Those are opportunities. As Josh just mentioned, that's why parents want and students want to come to UNH, because those other towns and amenities are so approachable. But Durham does not have a gathering space for entertainment. Entertainment is important. It's not just a frill. And we don't have parking. We could design, and there could be public-private partnership in building a multi-story parking garage. I was just in California a couple months ago. I saw really attractive parking garages because they were covered with vines, live vines, not plastic flowers, and disguised behind trees with retail around them. That could happen here. And then you could consider residences downtown. But just putting in buildings that are 4 stories tall is not going to bring families in to live downtown. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can I just have one quick rebuttal?
Yes.
Just because I got thrown under the bus publicly by Beth Wilshansky, I just wanted to say one quick, there's no such thing as a 3.5-story building. The building code wouldn't allow such a thing, so a 3.5-story building is a 4-story building, so let's just agree that we should allow a 4-story building. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We'll take one more comment, and then we have to move on.
So I'll try to be brief, within 5 minutes. I understand this business about needing 5 minutes at this kind of an exercise because you have a lot of work to do.
Yes. Will you please introduce
I'm sorry,
yourself?
it's Malcolm Sandberg. I live at 15 Langley Road. I served on the council for 9 years. I served as chairman for 5 years, and I'm familiar with the challenges that you all face with managing complicated issues. I think you've been very, comfortable with the 5-minute things. There's been some flexibility there. Some of the councils previously have been very stringent. When the bell goes off, done. But I think it's common courtesy to let people speak and have a comfortable time, because there's a lot of people here who care about the town of Durham every bit as much as you do. And if we've been concerned about it and working on it for years, we've been here, my wife and I have been here for 55 years. And we've been engaged for a long time. There are lots of things that the town council has no control over whatsoever, the economy being one, the cost of living being one. Providing affordable housing is not something that the town of Durham can control itself unless it wants to start subsidizing housing. There are forces that are out there that are beyond the control of the town council. What the town council can do is to come up with a vision, which you've heard a lot of tonight. Now, I won't go on about that. I think you've got a good idea of how the citizenry feels about this. A procedural issue that really bothered me at the last meeting was the business of our having a public hearing on a very complicated issue where people have spent hours, weeks, thinking about these kinds of issues. At a public hearing, which is the opportunity for you all to hear how we all are feeling about it. We're all in this together. And I think a public hearing should not be limited to 5 minutes. If it's taking too much time, you continue the public hearing, because there are things here that cannot be said in 5 minutes. Take Beth Olshansky's presentation. people had to give up part of their time, their rightful time, so that she could do that. I think that's wrong. We need to really think about whether or not we're going to have a stringent limit on public hearings, and be mindful that it's the council's decision to control who gets to speak for how long. It's not just the chairman or the vice chairman. It's your group that needs to listen to the public. In terms of confusion that I had at the last meeting was that, first of all, everybody needs to be closer to their microphones, because it's very hard when you're in the back of the room. Please be diligent about getting your face close to the microphone so you can be heard whenever. Second, missed my train of thought there for the second. When we're making motions, what we had was a motion to adopt Article 2025. Didn't we? That's what we had a public hearing for. But you know, the motion that was made at the end of the discussion last time was a motion to not do something. And that's just not the way it should be done. If you look at the motion that was tabled, it was a motion to not adopt this thing. The proper procedure would be for someone to read what the motion is, and then someone who's an advocate of that motion should make the motion, if there is such a person. If no one makes a motion, the subject drops. If someone does make a motion, it needs to be seconded. And then the person who's the advocate should speak as to why. I want to know why you think it should pass. I also want to know why you think it shouldn't pass. There ought to be a discussion that's managed so that everybody gets a time to speak, and everybody in the audience gets to understand who you are, where you are, and why you are doing what you're doing. So I think that procedural part of things is important, that if you will all try and adhere to that, listen to one another, speak before you vote, make sure that it is stated, the motion before you right now is this, so that you know if you're supposed to be voting yes or no. The consequence of the last meetings, to me, it seemed like if I was against the project, I should be voting yes, and if I was for the project, I should be voting no. That's not the way it should be working. Put the motion before you, either vote for it or against it. And I think with that kind of procedure, it'll make it easier for you, and it'll make it easier for us, and you'll make good progress. I appreciate all your time and effort, and good luck. I hope you vote the right way. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you'd like to speak, please come and you can speak.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Well, the testimony that I had prepared is turning out to be not terribly relevant. It was relative to the fact that a lot of people who came here to testify were a little disturbed that there was going to be this long waiting period between the time you heard from people and the time you were going to be taking a vote. But apparently that's not the case, and I really applaud you for giving people a chance.
Or can you please state your name and address?
I am Judith Spang. I live on Wiswall Road. Before I became a legislator, I was an economic development planner for 8 years, some of it in New York City and some of it in New Hampshire. So I've been very interested in this whole process of redoing the downtown. Like you, I have a lot of ideas about maybe what could be done. Some of them are probably striking, and some of them probably just appalling. But there were 3 planners, myself and Doug Banks and Dick Gottschneider, who all had the same thing to say, and that is that we cannot do something as comprehensive as meaningful as changing the zoning on the key part of our downtown without doing it in an integrated way with what's going to happen with the rest of the downtown. So the three of us all said that we thought that there ought to be a study done to kind of look at the opportunities that might be before us before we make any changes to zoning. I don't think that there's any real rush to do this. I'm feeling that there is, but I think that that is always the way you feel when you decide you've got to step back and take a more reasonable to look. So I think we need to have a fresh start here. We have to have a fresh start with an understanding, a professional and an objective look at what is really happening in this town. You know, having a student, having a family member, having a storefront owner, talking about what it is from their point of view is not a way to get an objective view of what is really going on with this community. We need to have somebody who has had experience with other communities to see what their problems were and how they overcame them. So I'm once again going to urge you to vote this down and instead send it back to the planning board, and either you or the planning board get a study going, a study committee going, who will then go on to get that kind of information and hopefully public input before we make any major changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate all the comments made here tonight. So we will move on. And is Caroline Bishop still online from the University of New Hampshire?
I do not see her any longer.
Okay. Unanimous consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull any of those items?
I do.
Which one would that be?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull item, the planning item. Where is it? Which one is it?
Is it the dam? About the dam?
Do I have the right calendar?
11D. About the
11B.
dam. D.
I'm trying to find it on there. It's the one we were just talking about.
It's A, B, C, or D?
This
No.
one here? No?
Oh, yes. That's the one. I'm sorry. I'd like to pull number item D, which is the...
Item D.
Yeah.
I understand.
I got thinking about...
Any other to pull? Then, that being said then, we'll make a motion for the rest of the items, A, B, and C. I'll make a motion that the town council does hereby set Monday, November 10th, 2025, and Monday, December 8th, 2025, as budget work sessions in addition to its regular meeting dates to deliberate, discuss, and take action on the proposed fiscal year 2026 operating, capital, and special fund budgets and 2026 to 2035 capital improvement plan. And that the Durham Town Council does hereby schedule a public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2026 operating, capital, and special fund budgets and the 2026 to 2035 capital improvement plan for Monday, November 17th, 2025, in accordance with Section 5.3 budget hearings of the Durham Town Charter. And further, that the Downtown Council does hereby adopt Resolution 2025-17, amending Resolution 2023-07 by updating the completion date of a fiscal year 2022 legislative pre-disaster mitigation LPDM grant from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, for the Durham Emergency Generator Project in the amount of $427,600 $427,612.49 with a 25% local match of $142,537.51 for a total project cost of $570,150, and authorizing the administrator to sign and submit grant paperwork and all documents related to the grant on behalf of the town of Durham. And further, the Durham Town Council does hereby authorize the administrator to sign the amicus brief supporting the plaintiffs in the case New Hampshire Indonesian Community Support et al. V. Donald J. Trump et al., stating Durham's opposition to the executive order that would deny birthright citizenship to certain U.S.-born children and supporting the existing constitutional and federal statutory definition of citizenship. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll have a roll call vote on that.
Cardin Welsh, aye. Robin Vogt, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Thank you.
Oh, I got one more.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Councilor Friedrichs? Thank you.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
So the one that was pulled, Councilor Burton?
We've learned from Todd in the recent update that the last chunk of federal money has been held up to pay for dam removal. And I admit I was one of the only ones that voted against pulling the dam, so I have a small bias. But I'm concerned that the referendum that the town voted on was voted on when we thought we'd get all of the federal money for the project. And I think for some people, all things being equal, it would be better to pull the dam and take the federal money than go with the other plan, which would be all in the town. Now, this motion tonight is just to have the hearing, I believe.
Right.
This is not a motion on what to do, but I thought it would be wise to at least bring it up. And I think I've had a long discussion with Todd about this, and I thought it'd be good to get a briefing on just where we are and what our options might be, if you're willing to do that, Todd.
Well, we were planning to do that at the next meeting as part of the public hearing.
Okay, that's
So
fine,
we'll
too.
have Public Works there to answer questions and do a brief presentation. Yeah.
But that satisfies me. I think it's, and that's why I brought it up, to take it off the consent calendar. So at our next meeting, which is next week, right?
Mhm. Well, maybe, but the public hearing is set for our first meeting in October, on October 6th.
I apologize for my lack of information. I've been spending most of my days on preventing some other issues in Concord. But that's, I look forward to that explanation.
Yeah,
But I hope the board, my feeling is that the project has changed because of this, and it'd be good to find out what our options are now. And I'm well aware that the vote of the public was 74 to 70, but I think some of the folks who voted for the poll did so because of the presence of federal money, and that's why I wanted to just make sure that we know where we are and how far we've been and whether we do have any options or not, which we may not. So.
All right, then I will make a motion that the town council hereby schedule a public hearing for Monday, October 6, 2025 on Resolution 2025-18, authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of funding from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Community-Based Restoration Program for the Mill Pond Dam Removal and River Restoration Project in the amount of up to $3,247,201, and authorize the administrator to sign and submit grant paperwork on behalf of the town of Durham.
Second that.
Thank you for second. Is there any discussion? Further discussion? Councilor Welsh?
Cardin Welsh, aye. Robin Vogt, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Councilor
M.
Friedrich?
Friedrichs, aye.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Grant, do you want to lead the committee appointment? discussion?
Do you want me to just read the paragraphs? Okay. Shall the town council, upon recommendation of the planning board chair, appoint Julian Smith, 3 Chesley Drive, to the unexpired alternate membership on the planning board with a term expiration of April 2027?
And did you want to make that in a motion? Or,
I move that we accept the alternate membership of Julian Smith as recommended by the planning board chair.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? Council Register?
Burgess Register. Nay.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin Vogt, nay. Cardin Welsh, aye.
Thank
Anne
you, Tim.
Friedrichs, aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for willing to serve.
Thank you.
And we now have presentation items. Ms. Cheryl Bass from the library.
Good evening. We have a little technology to set up here.
Welcome.
There it is. I got plugged it in. Okay. Good evening, Town Councilors, Administrator Selig. Thank you so much for having us here tonight to talk about the library. Yeah, I know you have such a busy night, so we've prepared. When I found out that we only had about 10 minutes, I had a minor freak out because I don't think I've ever limited my comments about the library to 10 minutes. So we'll get through this, and I hope I don't talk too fast. So we're delighted to be here tonight. Like I said, I'm Cheryl Bass. I'm the library director at the Durham Public Library, and this is my assistant director, Audra Lewis. And we are here because what we'd really like to talk to you about is, at some point I realized that we had finished our strategic plan in 2024, and we forgot to come and tell you how astounding our success was. And I think it's really important that we share our successes with you, just so you kind of know, how things are going at the library, what the kind of things we're doing, and what we mean to the community. So, having said that, our plan was built around 4 priorities: community connections, access for all, literacy and lifelong learning, and having a focus on the future. So tonight I'll highlight our progress in each area and show you why the library continues to be an essential community anchor. Each of you has received a handout with an infographic and our full strategic plan, strategic report. There is a lot of information in that. And so I wanted to kind of spare you going through all that, but I encourage you to look through that. It has some really great information in there. So it has 3 years of detail in it, and it does highlight our events and programs, and those are the things that we executed to achieve the objectives of our strategic plan. Even though I only have 10 minutes tonight, I'd really like to leave some time at the end if you have any questions about the why and how of the library. I hope that you'll ask us some questions. So the purpose of this presentation is threefold. First, to celebrate the measurable and meaningful successes of the past 3 years, demonstrate the impact the library has on the daily lives of Durham residents, and amplify the library as a cornerstone of the community. Thank you, excuse me. When we first set out to execute our community-inspired strategic plan in 2022, we had high hopes of success. Our framework was clear. We wanted a library that not only met current needs, but anticipated access. We built a plan that kept us accountable and results-driven, and the proof is in the pudding, as they say. The quantitative data collected over 3 years' time confirms the successful completion of our strategic plan. And we're going to share with you some of those great numbers here. So I'll point out to you that these are the last, this is data that was compiled between the years 22 and 2022 and 2024. And I want to point out on this infographic that the numbers in red are the numbers that were collected specifically from the last recordable data year, which was 2024. And then the little blue sort of, it looks like home plate to me, but arrow-looking things, represent our increase over the 3 years of the strategic plan. So kind of just going through these, you can see that between 2022 and 2024, we had a minor decrease in physical item circulation, and we believe that that was due partially to the construction that we experienced, not this summer, but last summer. It did affect some of our circulation and traffic, but it's also because over the last 3 years, our digital item circulation has increased by 48%, which I think really illustrates how, the use of the library, we say all the time, we're more than just books, right? And it is true that digital item circulation has just simply skyrocketed. We circulated
What is the digital items? Are they electronic books?
They are. So there are ebooks, electronic audio books, things that our patrons stream, like from Hoopla, Libby, digital access to the Wall Street Journal, the digital version of New York Times. We have that as well. Consumer Reports. So those are all digital items.
Yeah, no, I find I rarely read an actual book now because so much is digital. So not surprising to you.
It is. I'll tell you, it would have surprised me 20 years ago, but libraries have changed so much. Since I've been a librarian for 25 years, that it's not a surprise certainly now.
Would you expect that to continue?
I would.
Item to go
I would
down?
indeed.
Any other?
I would. Our next statistic is our interloan services, and these are the items that our patrons, that we lend, and our patrons can request from other libraries around the state. Libraries simply can't have all the materials in their own browsable collection or usable collection. So we're fortunate to be part of a very robust interloan system that allows us to borrow and send. So over the course of 3 years, our interloan activity has increased by 58%. We circulated 4,765 interloan items alone last year. Our patron visits have increased by 59% over the last 3 years, and that is something we're so proud of. Just through our activities, I think our staff has a lot to do that. We have a very welcoming, competent staff that engenders trust in the community, and we obviously are very inclusive and welcoming. And boy, we sure love it when we couldn't be more thrilled that school is back in session and all the students come back to the library, because it gives it an energy we just don't have otherwise. We have increased our library card holders by 11% over the last 3 years. We have about 5,600 library card holders now. Over the last 3 years, we have increased our number of programs by 144%. And we've increased our staff by only 12 hours in that time. So we're doing a lot of stuff with very few people. And, that's a great source of pride, both for what we're doing and the efficiency through which we're doing it. And our program attendance has increased by 140%. We had 9,687 people attending various programs last year. So this quantitative data certainly illustrates very clearly that we are very successful at our library. But how do we get there? So in working through executing the strategic plan, I mentioned before that we'd focused on 4 priorities. Our first, community connections. It goes without saying that community is truly at the heart of what we do at the library. Our first priority, strengthening community connections, came to life through civic engagement, outreach, and partnerships we created. We brought the library beyond its 4 walls, promoting resources in the community, expanding our marketing reach, and cultivating meaningful collaborations together with organizations such as, and these are just to name a few, Cornerstone BNA, UNH Center for Digital Health Innovation, the Rotary Club, the Humane Society. We delivered programs that mattered in this community. We hosted art exhibits. The library has a great art space. If you haven't been there, up on the 2nd floor of the library, it's one of the only places in Durham that has an extensive display of art. in the community, and we would love to be able to expand that and be part of a larger art movement in this community. We get a lot of visits just to see that art. We hosted author talks. We had Jan Brett come to the library last year, and we host community cafes. And these are spaces where neighbors can share ideas and strengthen bonds. We facilitated conversations on affordable housing, climate change, and other civic issues. We partnered with town departments, fellow libraries in the community, and the Oyster River Community Reads Committee. You may have seen library employees out at Durham Days and out at the downtown Trick or Treat, popping popcorn and engaging in the community, or perhaps out delivering books to the various senior communities in town. In doing so, the library has become more than a place for books. It has become a trusted gathering place where connection and community thrive. So our next priority, access for all. Equity of access is also at the heart of our plan. What's at the heart of our plan? We expanded our large print collection, upgraded technology, and made our spaces more welcoming. We offered programs for all ages, children, teens, adults, and seniors, including such programs as CPR training, mental health workshops, and multi-generational events like movie nights, as well as our Snowflake socials. We also removed barriers by digitizing our local history newspaper collection, as well as other items that we have that we can digitize in the library. We improved accessibility in the building with new lighting and door handles, and expanded our library of things to include Wi-Fi hotspots. At the same time, we refreshed our spaces, creating a family literacy area, updating our story walk books with new books, and renovating a reading area called the Jim Belleville Reading Area. And importantly, we reach those who can't always come to us, bringing story times and materials to senior residences and hosting a bilingual poetry reading to connect with non-native speakers. In every way, our goal was simple: to make the library truly accessible and welcoming to everybody. Libraries are engines of learning, and the Durham Public Library is no exception. At our library, we celebrate books and reading, whether it be through story times, book clubs, author visits, or book talks, from early literacy programs that prepare our youngest residents for school, to teen leadership opportunities through our youth literacy initiatives, to digital literacy workshops and art and history program for adults. We've age. Our programs don't just build skills, they build confidence, they build curiosity, and they build the love of discovery. The last priority was being focused on the future. In the development of this strategic plan and its execution, we expanded our digital resources, adding more ebooks, audiobooks, and streaming media, and invested in staff training to meet the evolving needs of the community. This future-focused approach ensures that the library is ready for the next generation of Durham residents. We advanced 21st century literacies by introducing youth coding workshops, expanding the Bill Schoonamaker Library of Things with STEAM and creativity and literacy kits, and launching Innovation Station Saturdays, in which families explored 3D printing, robotics, and even made potions. We also promoted environmental literacy with nature journaling programs and new pollinator gardens installed at the library. We strengthen our collection by enhancing both digital and physical offerings guided by community input. Partnerships with UNH, local schools, and town organizations led to dynamic joint programs. Finally, we invested in the infrastructure of the library and staff development, upgrading lighting, HVAC, and our security system, while also preparing our team through professional development and strategic planning. These forward-looking investments ensure that the library remains adaptable, innovative, and deeply connected with Durham's future. So through our success, and we really are very proud of this success. What really came, the numbers are the numbers, the activities are the activities, but what really shone through was the feedback, more of the qualitative feedback that we were getting from our patrons. And the stories that we heard from our patrons, we began to get this picture of what we mean here in the Durham community. And certainly our residents, our users see us as gateways to opportunity, Job seekers tell us that our free internet, the workshops, and printing services at the library that we offer don't just help them apply for jobs, but also land jobs. We have a patron that comes back to us every time he's in the region to thank us, and this has been years now, at least the last 4 years, because at our library, he was there daily for almost a year, and he finally got the job of his dreams, and he comes back to thank us every time he's in town. Students who are in community members who work from home rely on us. It's not just their office, but a place to come, to get away from the noise of home maybe, but also to use our services, to use our internet, to use our study rooms to conduct meetings. And I think that speaks to the way the community work has evolved and the spaces that we need to provide for people. Our library is certainly inclusive and welcoming. For seniors, the library is a lifeline against isolation, and we hear that all the time, that we offer programs, and like we have a Mahjong club, and we see so many people there, and everybody tells us how much fun they have, but really we're providing opportunities for them to connect in the community. Our library is a literacy and learning hub. Parents describe how their children fell in love with reading through our summer reading program, or about discovering the perfect book or graphic novel that we recommended. Teens say that the Teen Advisory Board gave them confidence, leadership skills, and a voice in the community, and adults share how much they value our summer concerts, art exhibits, and history programs, both in person and virtual. Our library is a cornerstone of community life. Residents say that our programs and space gave them a chance to be heard and to connect with their neighbors. Families describe our events and regular programs as anchors in their lives. Bringing people together across generations, patrons emphasize that the library remains one of the last truly free, safe, and welcoming public spaces open to all. Many describe the joy or even the collective effervescence they feel when joining. And above all, libraries are agents of transportation, and our library is no different. From discovering a favorite book or a skill that has somehow impacted their lives, those moments of serendipity that our patrons share with us mean the world to us, and it really makes it well worth being a librarian to us when we hear those great stories. So, and certainly their voices remind us that our library is not just shelves and walls, it's a vital part of Durham's quality of life. So we've completed that plan, we have a new one. Looking ahead, we're going to take this momentum and we're going to carry it through our next plan. We're going to build on our partnerships, double down on inclusivity and innovation, and ensure that Durham Public Library remains a future-ready hub for the community. So having said that, one of my favorite things to do when I come here is just express how much we really appreciate your support. What we could never do, what we do without adequate funding and the support of the town council. We're so lucky to operate in a community that really supports the library. I know right behind me, we've got at least 2 super users right behind me, and probably more. I just happened to glance around before I came up. So I want to thank you for your support and your partnership with us. I want to thank our Board of Trustees and the Friends of the Durham Public Library. And if you have any questions for us, I'd love to answer them.
I'm really concerned. The state passed a law saying that we could do nothing around DEI. And the schools were supposed to obey that. And we were able to stop it in court a couple of weeks ago with a federal judge, and it's still in abeyance. Has Trump's efforts to limit what we can see, read, and learn about affected you in any way, and do you have the means to fight it if they do?
We certainly have the means to fight it. So to answer your first question, I would say we haven't had any direct challenge. We haven't had any direct challenges from this community. I've had some conversations of concern about some of the materials that we've had in the library. I just want to go on record as saying that not all conversations that we have about our programming or materials are bad. Right? They generate great conversation and an opportunity to really have good conversations about people's differing beliefs about what should be in the library, what shouldn't. At the end of the day, we believe in the freedom to read and people's freedom to read, intellectual freedom. And so we have a full reconsideration of materials policy, and we will defend our materials. They're based on professional choices that we make as librarians to specifically serve the Durham community. And Durham residents do have weight when it comes to challenged materials in our library. So I would say we'd have conversations. Like I said, when everything started coming out with all the book challenges that were going down in the state, the calls that we were getting were, kind of like, what can I do to support you? How can I help? They weren't, jumping on the bandwagon to make trouble for us, so to speak.
So if they try to ban certain materials in the schools, you can store them, you can have them on hand in the library?
Yeah, we do. And so that's a great reason to kind of keep our library separate, just because the school has very different policies than we do. And so we have a little bit more flexibility.
Watch out, he'll come for you.
Let him come.
Well, thank you both for being here this evening. We have a babbling new little vote in the household that I'm sure is going to start yelling story time, story time, story time at some point.
That's wonderful.
So keep an eye out for them to be coming in very soon.
We will.
I guess my question to you both, I know Councilor Burton brought this up about many of the challenges nationally when it comes to libraries. But, looking at these numbers, digital item circulation, patron visits, it's awesome to see those numbers continuing to rise. What do you feel in the coming years here is going to be the biggest challenge? Maybe not with that specifically, but in terms of keeping those numbers going, support from the community, increasing those programs. I know many of the commissions and committees here within the town council purview, they are very active in wanting to do programs at the library.
Sure.
But how do we increase that, and how can we help support that?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the biggest challenge for us, internally, is figuring out how we are going to keep increasing our service and our service level with, don't misunderstand, we're adequately staffed right now, but in order to sort of keep up with the demands of the future and to keep, we're doing a lot more outreach to the community. Our patrons are aging, and it's creating some mobility issues for our patrons to get to us. So we've started to move, bring materials out. We just recently implemented a homebound lending policy for residents, but that's extra time, and it's not, it's a burden of joy, certainly, but we're going to hit a wall with what we can actually do for the community because we simply don't have the resources. So that's probably our biggest challenge.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilor Register.
Howdy. I don't have a question. I do have some comments. I just wanted to say thank you for coming out here, and these numbers are pretty stark and pretty awesome. And I'm sad to hear for the folks, but glad to hear for us that we're getting your team at an easier price point because you're working almost double shifts. So that utility to the community is definitely well received. I did want to make some canned comments here and underlined something that you quoted, and then you had your comments on the library and your teams, and you talked about engendering trust in the community. And I find that holds true, and I wanted to underscore that significance and the veracity of that comment, particularly in today's current situations. And I think in a time of diminishing trust in institutions, particularly the library, and particularly y'all's library, has held firm in public perception. And I think we even had a comment that reinforces that at public comments from Ms. LaRocca, who talked about how it's hard to get public spaces for hanging out. And we have a place that you don't have to spend money to be a part of in the library, providing the opportunity for face-to-face community connection, and is more and more valuable in an increasingly digital and social media world. And I find the more we get apps, the more it's necessary to go outside, touch grass, and talk to some human beings. And you do that with all the plethora of your programs, the literature stock, and then even the presentation of local art, which is something we're still currently struggling with an arts council and potentially on the horizons, and being able to expand local art but of course seeing your neighbors, while keeping relevant with usage trends and online resources, which I think is an critical aspect as well. But it is a scary time currently, and I personally know of individuals that are afraid to travel. They're even afraid to go to the grocery store, but they regularly use your library.
That's true.
And I think that says something. I attribute their trust in that institution here to the efforts of you and your team. Those are having town-wide impacts, so thank you, and keep up the great work.
Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate that. We really pride ourselves in being nonpartisan. We take all comers. Everybody's welcome at the library, and we love it when our spaces get used. So the fact that Durham does not have a community center, but that we can fill that space means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Did you want to say something? Thanks for having me. I did all the time. I just got the technology.
That's an important role.
Our next presentation will be from the chairman of the planning board, Paul Rasmussen. Welcome, Paul.
Long time no see.
I think I've missed one town council meeting this year.
Come join us.
So I provided you my report in your packet, so I hope you all had a chance to look at it. It is about twice as long as normal because of the anniversary section that I added. And by doing that, I don't have to read it to you, which is going to save us a lot of time. And we can go straight into what you want to know from me.
Any questions from the panel? Any questions from the panel here?
Yeah, hey, Paul, I'm just, I haven't been following everything, new to the council this year. What's the situation with the PUD at the edge? Is there a time frame that we can look forward to? How do you see that progressing?
UNH is running late. They should have selected somebody at the end of last semester. They
selected someone to?
A main developer. All right, and what we want to do is we want to have a chance to sit down with have the main developer take a look at our draft and provide some input before we go to a public hearing. So right now we're just in a holding pattern on that.
And do they have any time frame expectations? UNH?
Soon.
Soon, okay. If you had to guess, when do you think we would see some development there? 2027?
Maybe breaking ground in 2027, 2028. I mean, it's, at this point, I mean, say a developer came in next week. All right, we have a meeting, a set, he meets with staff and maybe myself. We get some, maybe we invite him to the planning board, get that input, take another crack at it. It's November earliest before we look at a public hearing. It'll be early next year sometime before you get it in front of you. Then they would hopefully be able to follow up within a few months with a draft on that of their side of the proposal. And they present it to you, then it would come back to us. They get an approval a year from now at the earliest. And then how long does it take them to actually line up everybody to all the dominoes to be able to break ground?
So we're talking 2028 before
most likely
anything really is there. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Register?
Paul, good evening. In your opinion, Ordinance 2025 TAC 08, if it were to get pushed to the planning board, what do you think you would need to be successful?
I think I would want a study. I would want an independent study. I mean, we're not going, I'm not going to effectively waste the planning board's time when I have a half dozen other ordinance amendments to work on, which have a greater opportunity of success. If that comes back, I'm going to expect an independent study, and I would like you to think about what would happen. What do you want if that independent study comes back and is in conflict with the master plan? Right? Because that would raise some very significant issues, effectively saying, oh, Durham, you're screwed until you change your master plan. All right, so does that document become a starter for a new downtown chapter of the next version of the master plan? Or do we say, well, you know what, because of this expert opinion, we're going to put this over the master plan and go ahead with its suggestions, which could be a very hard sell to the community.
Just a quick follow-up. In regards to the conflict between the master plan and the independent study, I just wanted to underline that I believe if we did procure an independent study, that would be inclusive to the community, to include individuals that are of the public that would want to put input in. As far as I understand it, at least, and this is coming from my conversations with a couple of economic developers in other towns, I think I mentioned this last time, but Plan New Hampshire offers what they call as a charrette for around 10 grand, where they do like a week-long crash course interviews and planning session with the community, with the developers, with the town's boards and committees to bring together what a cohesive vision looks like. And so I don't necessarily know that they would be 180 degrees from or 90 degrees from each other, but we do, I think you're right, we need to make sure that we're either planning for amendments to the master plan or understanding what, if we're going to accept the output that a professional outside of the area opinion states.
I mean, it's the
Bless you.
whole, yeah. It really depends also on how you frame what you want as an output. If you want something that is going to provide economic viability to your downtown, and you could, and that, no, it might not be at 90 degrees or 180, but it could be at 45 degrees.
Sure.
Right, and 45 degrees is far enough off that it would be like shredding, for some people, it would be like shredding the master plan.
I see your point.
I'm just, in terms of study, when you mention a study, what type of study are you thinking of? Would it be an economic study, or a feasibility in terms of height, or a vision in terms of what's missing?
When the charge that was provided to the Housing Task Force and its subcommittee was to help revive the economic viability of the downtown. And that means, increasing your foot traffic, increasing your clientele, so that you can have successful businesses. And one of the keys to that is simply having more people who can, by foot, traffic the area. And that's a driving point behind raising the roof line to 4 stories.
In terms of if the motion reopens the topic of the amendment on the height this evening, later in the agenda, there are a couple options. One is to, the existing motion is to deny it and close it, and that's the end of what we have to say about it, it would appear. Another option would be that the council would send it back to the planning board for further review and recommendation. And the third would be to just adopt what is in front of us. Of those, which do you think is the most practical, given what you've heard so far about the issue.
I think if you were going to get three-story buildings, you would have three-story buildings. You're not getting three-story buildings. We have one and two-story buildings. So I don't know how you can hold your breath and hope for three-story buildings when the economics of it just keeps getting worse and worse.
We've heard some of that tonight, yes. Any other questions for?
I mean, it really depends on what it is you want for the downtown, right? I mean, do you want to keep it small, or do you want to have business owners who can survive?
I think, I don't think we should do our planning based on what investors are going to make from their real estate. They'll be long gone, and so will we, and this town still will continue on. It's not our job to increase the rate of return on real estate owners. Our job is to create a town that the people want to have. And so those buildings are for sale for millions of dollars. Somebody's going to make some money right now. But I don't think that should be a consideration. I think the future of the town and how it looks to the people who live here is what's the important consideration.
I'm not talking about the building owners. I'm talking about the shopkeepers.
The hardware stores, sporting goods stores, all of the stores we used to have when I moved here 60 years ago are not coming back. They're gone to the malls, they've gone to the internet. We've got to do something more creative to get diverse businesses downtown, because as people say, we put more apartments and students will take them. I don't have a great answer, but I think we have to broaden our criteria to how much investors are going to make if they go into real estate. It should be based on the future of the town, well beyond them and us, for that matter. That's just my feeling.
The restaurateurs are challenged because 4 months out of the year they have next to no business. They need business that's there year round.
Did they know that when they opened their restaurant?
Food is the one thing that everybody needs.
They expect the university to be year round someday? I'm bewildered by.
No, that's what the vape shops. That's why we're getting more and more vape shops. I mean, if we want to become a town that is known for its vape shops, then great, sure, keep things as they are.
Yeah, but Paul, if you put new standards in that attract more students downtown, seems to me we're going to have more vape shops, right? Because that's what you're going to have downtown. You're going to have more and more students, and that's what they like. And I don't know the answer, but it seems to me that's what we're having. So,
as I said in my report, there's a limit to how many students are going to be able to live here in Durham, and we're pretty close to it. Mm-hmm. So, once you hit that limit, all the new people are non-students. And that's what we need to be encouraging, is getting to that level of non-students. And Planning Board often gets asked, have we looked at other communities that are like Durham at their zoning? So last week I went and did that. I said, well, first off, let me figure out what other communities in New Hampshire are like Durham. So I went looking for, and this was probably silly me, I looked up population densities of every municipality in Durham. You know who number one is?
in New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, yeah. You know who number one is? Us. Manchester comes in number 2. Dover isn't even in the top 20 for population density.
Yeah, but Dover is a big area. I mean, we think of Dover being the town, but it's not that.
Exactly.
huge.
They have a variety of zoning. They're huge. They have tremendous rural areas. and they've managed to keep that by doing a lot of infill. Infill is what our master plan calls for. Infill for our downtown means raising your height limit.
Councilor Friedrichs?
Thank you. I had a question about the work on the conservation subdivision. I see that the master plan kind of called out for to see if the conservation subdivisions could be simplified, or whether again. And then also particularly to look at whether the workforce housing component of the conservation subdivision was being effective. In the planning board's review of the conservation subdivision, is it only looking at processes, or is there also a consideration of amending density in the conservation subdivision?
We're looking at amending densities a couple of different ways right now. We haven't settled yet on a method for a final method for doing that.
Okay, I mean, that to me, I do have concerns about that because I think that differs from what the master plan is asking for, and I'm concerned that, when we work as town committees and work for the residents of the town, that we really need to be led by members of the town beyond just our individual committees. And so if there's an initiative that's not coming outside of a committee, there aren't residents coming forward and asking for something, or there's not something that we've adopted as a community already, like the master plan, or like our mission statements or our values, of our various committees, or like the climate assessment, then I worry a little bit about effort being spent on that without having the community input or community drive for that. And so I'm a little wary of the planning board taking that up when that's not something, it's kind of directly in conflict with what the master plan outlined, which was to keep our rural areas as rural as possible.
No, the master plan specifically says to review the conservation subdivisions ordinances with an eye towards increasing open space. And what we're looking at doing, what the draft in front of the planning board right now is working on, would be increasing open space, but also increasing the density of that area that is being developed. Right now, you don't get a lot of housing units for the amount of space that you're clearing, and we're trying to get a little bit of both. We're trying to get some extra housing units while protecting more open space.
Well, the verbatim of the current master plan is consider the simplification of the conservation subdivision ordinance to streamline the approval process. So streamline, no discussion of density, and to analyze the effectiveness of the conservation subdivision workforce housing provision of the zoning ordinance, not to examine an increase in density.
It also asks for finding ways to improve our housing and attract families throughout the town. And we're trying to kill more than one bird with a single stone here.
I think the master plan is quite clear on infill in the dense part of the developed, more central areas, and preserving the rural space to the greatest extent possible.
Mm-hmm. And it might be hard to grasp, but you can do all of that and still get more families. Because instead of allowing you to clear 8 acres of land for 15 units, we're going to say, if you're going to clear 8 acres of land, put 20 units in. Still the same amount, and in this process, you're going to be giving me an extra 2 acres of open space. I believe that's completely compatible with everything that's in the master plan.
I think we need to move on. We have more on the agenda tonight.
I have to ask him one question.
You will have a final question.
The legislature, in its infinite wisdom, took away the town's ability to zone in the last session. Do we really have a lot of choices under the new law?
It hasn't completely taken away our ability to zone. It's evaluating whether or not we should be allowed to hold on to it.
Well, what's the difference?
But what's the difference? So Representative Howland warned me about one bill that stayed in committee last term that is probably going to be on the lead coming at us. And that one would forbid us from having anything greater than 2 acre zoning in the rural district, by my reading of it. We could probably maintain 3.5 acres in the RC if we wanted to. But it's the way it was worded as last amended last session. A majority of the town that's zoned residential would not be able to have greater than 88,000 square foot lots.
Yeah, they're on a roll up there.
Yeah, they are. And so that one, like I say, they're chipping away, but they haven't totally taken away our ability to do things. But I think it's also important to try to show some progress, not just from Durham, but from other communities, so that to try to take the momentum away from them, try to take the incentive to keep doing this away from them.
By the way, no one puts in more time than you do. And I want to thank you for the incredibly hard work you do. I don't know how you do it, but thank you for that.
Yes, we appreciate it very much. Now, we'll have Sally Tobias, the Chair of the Housing Task Force, give a report on the task force and their accomplishments.
I have a PowerPoint with some basic stuff. You can tell me how much you're really interested in seeing it. I thought it would be good just to get a synopsis about, what we've done and where we started. I can get my computer. I am not channeling my inner Michael Jackson. I had hand surgery, and the thing they gave me to cover the stitches is annoying, so I used my own cotton gloves. Should have put glitter on it. Anyways, so Housing Task Force. Believe it or not, it's been around for a while. This is our mission as per our charge. The mission of the Durham Housing Task Force is to analyze New Hampshire Seacoast Regional Housing Inventory and to advocate for a balanced housing mix within the Durham community, providing a variety of choices that meets the economic, environmental, social, and fiscal needs of the community's current and future residents, including those of varying financial resources. Brief history. The first meeting of the Housing Task Force, which was formerly known as the Durham Housing Subcommittee, was held on Monday, June 8th, 2020, at 10 a.m. in the morning, and it was completely Zoom because we were in the middle of COVID. The original members that were part of it were, and I do feel it's important to list those people that started and have been a part of it, because it does show a lot of people in our community that have very strong interest in creating housing opportunity in our town. And they are all people that aren't usually heard from, with the exception of like me and Al. But there was Richard England, Charlotte Hitchcock, Alan Howland, who was a counselor at the time. He was a council rep for it. Mimi Kell, who is a non-voting community advisor. She is also this property manager for Golden Goose Properties, AKA Madbury Commons. Raymond Rodon, who had been active with the Economic Development Committee prior to that. Kate Rummel. I was on it, of course. I was on as a member. I later became a council rep, and I eventually became a chair. Sarah Reitzman, who was our first advisor to the Workforce Housing Coalition, and she happened to be a resident at the time. Of course, Michael Banner and Barron, and Christine Suter, who was our Economic Development Director at the time. We added some more people as time went on. Tom Elliott served as a chair. Kathy Frierson, Chuck Hotchkiss, remember Chuck? He was a council rep for a while. Eileen Murphy, she's still a member. Michael Saputo has just stepped down recently. Judith Spang, and of course we have Paul Rasmussen, who is the planning board rep. Heather Grant was an original member, I believe. You were pretty early on.
I was the planning board
Yeah, you
rep
were planning
for a
board
while,
rep.
and
yeah.
then after Tom didn't want to be chair anymore, I
She
picked it
became
up.
chair. So she was our chair and she was a
All kinds of
council rep.
things.
So she's been with us for a while. And Michael Mulhern. And of course, we have had more than one Workforce Housing Coalition advisor after Sarah Reitzman left us. We had Nick Taylor, Taylor Cray, and our newest was Maeve Nolan, who is right here. And she just joined us a couple of weeks ago. And the Workforce Coalition they've been very, very helpful to us. We did perform a housing needs assessment in May of 2024. We did receive the final copy of that housing needs assessment. It was performed by our associates, and it was paid for by Housing Opportunity Grant. This was presented to the Housing Task Force and to the Town Council a couple of times, I believe. It's available on the Housing Task Force site if you just go check it out. In those, some specific findings is that Durham's housing market consists of older single-family homes built prior to 2000, and these units are primarily for purchase. Rents for single-family homes often range between $3,000 and $4,000 per month. And one of our first people to come for our public comments happened to be our Curtis Register's wife. Remember?
No.
Oh yeah, she came by. I think she was in the business office looking for some stuff, and she kind of sauntered in, and she gave us their amazing story of trying to find a rent in Durham. So
My wife is her own person.
she is. She did a great
She don't
job.
report to me.
She did a great job.
She did do a very good job of
She was awesome.
understanding what a
Anyways,
small family has to do.
Awesome.
In Durham, we do have a variety of age and income restricted units, basically over 55. And these units, however, do not cover our workforce needs. Durham's rental market caters to undergraduate college students, and our rent per bed basis, these units currently are averaging $1,000 to $1,200 per bed. And this drives up the cost of units up to $3,000 to $4,000 per apartment, depending upon the size, and higher depending upon the bedroom numbers. And when you rent, you have to take the whole apartment, or you are renting by the bed if you don't want to just get a bed. So it's a rather expensive market. Also, out of the housing needs assessment, we did get an adjusted for 2040 our future housing needs for our non-student population of about 455 units. And they also did a run on our demographics between 2011 and 2021. These are our numbers. Our 18 to 24s increased by 19.7%, 25 to 34 increased by 9.4%, our 35-44 decreased by 4.9%, 45 to 54 decreased by 7.7%, and 55 to 64 decreased by 23%, whereas our 65 and up increased by 31%. Those numbers in the red between 35 and 64 are, for the most part, your child-rearing ages, so it was alarming to see that our families were just simply disappearing. I apologize if the coloring is bad, but anyways. Durham new build. So we did pull the new build permits issued for residential single-family homes from 2020 to 25. We had a total of 22 in that time period, which averages out to be about 3.6 a year. Those were for new builds of single-family homes in the past 6 years. Our median sale price, and this is information we gained from our tax assessor's office, median sale price family current home is $6,090. That's our 690,000. 6,000. Go out and buy one. 690,000. That is the median, and our average is 734, 294, and that's coming from our. That's for a single-family home only, and that is coming from our tax assessor's office. Just to give you a rundown, and these are through Redfin. I did not call other tax assessors, but Dover's. Redfin actually does a pretty good job of getting the numbers. Dover's. These are, I'm not going to read them, you all can read. These are the Stratford County median sale prices as of August. And I did add new market in, even though it is rocky. Ours is higher, but those are still pretty high. I didn't pay $400 for my house in Durham when I bought it 10 years ago, but things have gone up a lot. 2-bedroom rents, these are 2-bedroom rents. Communities closest to us, they're pretty high. $19.95 for Dover, and I have helped people find apartments, and I would say these are pretty spot on. Of course, Durham's are running higher for a 2-bedroom. It would be about $2,000 to $22,000, depending. But if you can find a 2-bedroom apartment, and even ADUs, I know there is an ADU in the community that's running for about $2,400 for a 2-bedroom ADU.
Is that a separate or part of it?
That's an accessory dwelling unit.
Separate
2-bedroom.
dwelling unit.
Yeah. Here are the 2025 workforce housing purchase and rent limits. So just to put it into perspective, what you should be buying if you're going to hit those levels. For 80% of HUD for an income for a family of 4, making $112,000, they can only afford $344,500. 100% of HUD for a family of 4, you're making $140,000. They're buying at $431,000, so they are not buying in Durham. Renters are paying about $1,900 per month. At 60%, they're making about $75,870. They're having a hard time. Those people, actually, a family of 3 is not choosing to rent because they just simply are not available. A family of 3 would be looking at a 2-bedroom apartment. They might be able to get something around that, maybe, but if they were looking for a 3-bedroom, they would be looking at $3,000. It's very challenging finding a rent, even though some of the student rentals are down in their, the rents. There are some more open for people to rent, but they are still having to pay the higher prices.
Is it still $1,000 a bed?
It's still $1,000 a bed. They may give you a consideration, but you can't get a year's lease. You can get a few months lease, and they're still selling it at close to $1,000 a bed. That's what their price is. And they're not so unoccupied at this point that they're needing to lower the prices. Some are actually full. Oops, sorry. So how much are people making and trying to pay those rents and those mortgage prices? Oyster River school teacher is making on average of $63,000 to $65,000. A grocery store cashier. Now I put all these up because these are people you run into every day. Grocery store cashier is making $28,000 to $32,000. That is their job. All right, it's not a part-time summer gig. It is their job. Junior staff accountant, mechanic, $55,000. Restaurant wait staff, we do like our restaurant wait staff, $42,000. Veterinary technician, we all need them when we bring our dogs and cats in, $46,000. Paramedics, $56,000. LNAs, licensed registered nurses, $48,000. Medical office manager, $76,000. And UNH professors are making about $100,000, give or take, depending on. So that's a reality, and I'd say pretty much having still 3 adults, children living in my house, I can tell that these are, I know what my son, who's a junior staff accountant, makes. Okay, all single family residents, this is what we allow right now. before any changes. We have created multi-unit is now permitted, and the PO, Churchill, and courthouse after the acceptance of the latest amendment. But right now, residence duplex, not allowed. Duplexes are a very viable and good way of building more dense housing at a lower cost. We don't allow any multi-unit in any of our residential zones, or we don't allow multi-unit in our central business because we only allow mixed use, so there has to be a retail component. And one thing that I would add when we were discussing about, your point about having more vape shops as students, it's not about, you have the people living above, but what you gain from redevelopment is improved quality retail space. And if you go through town and you look at the new development, you will see improved quality, the new spaces like, Hop and Grind and the Juicery and Polly's. They have successful businesses that are maintained. It is in the older, more dilapidated retail spaces that we're getting the convenience stores and are having the more run-through of businesses. So it isn't always about the housing that it brings, it is about the improved quality of the retail space. Just had to add that. But anyways, this is what we have. Of course, X means not allowed, P is permitted, and C is conditional use. So this is what we have right now. What we've accomplished, aside from the RKG report, we have conducted outreach to all boards, committees, and commissions. We did that over the course of last summer into the winter. We conducted a survey of business owners and employees and employers in Durham about their housing situation. We sponsored the Attainable Housing Overlay District Amendment, which was adopted in December of '24. At the request of council, we have suggested 4 initiatives that focused on opening housing opportunities in the downtown core, as you are well aware of. And 3 of those have been passed, of those suggestions, and 1 is still hanging there. So you got to figure out more what to do. We have done a review of our zoning, and we have made some suggestions that we will be bringing to the planning board as soon as we can, as soon as their calendar allows. We do plan on creating a more or less a quick access sheet to explain all of our zoning recommendations that we're making as to why and what that could possibly look like. And if you want to take a look at that, Michael is supposed to get it on the Housing Task Force site, but it is on the Planning Board site, and you can get a good look at that. It's pretty much all follows what we think we've heard from the community. And we have reviewed the latest state initiatives, and we have found that all of our recommendations are matching with some of the things that have already been initiated by the state. Not everything, but pretty much. Anyways, this was some interesting stuff. This was from our outreach. We went to all our boards and committees, and we did have an open night for anybody who wants to come to the community. We did get a few people to come. Not a lot, but people don't always come out. That's why we chose to go to the boards and committees, because we had a captive audience and we had a group of people that we don't often hear from. So that really gave us a lot of good information. Anyway, so these are some of the things that people really were encouraging. Cottage clusters, pocket developments, duplexes, townhomes or row houses, which would be your 3-plexes or 4-plexes, multi-unit or multi-family, detached ADU, which the state has already provided for, the possibility of a second ADU with certain conditions. They wanted to see increased density. They want to encourage smaller build lots. They want to repurpose existing homes, denser neighborhoods, smaller lots in the rural and residential coastal. That was something many people commented on. Why not? Many people say there are already 1 and 2 acre lots in the rural. Why not? Why does it have to be 3.5? Build denser housing downtown. You can't do that unless you can go up. Encourage infill. and create smaller lots in residential zones. These were all things we got from the community directly. So what next? What next do you want us to do? We have discussed, I think we do feel we have done what we've been asked to do. The only thing going forward we certainly are wanting to advocate for our zoning amendments that we're bringing forward and to make ourselves available to answer any of those questions, but that will be going into the planning board. And the planning board does its own thing, and it does it very well. We don't really know what more you would like to see. We have some people that are interested in, of course, more advocacy for housing. There, of course, and Maeve would probably say that there's a lot still left to do overall. But we don't really know what you want us more to do, and that's what we're here for. Because, we're waiting. What do you want us to do? Or can we be done?
What do you think, Sally?
I feel that we have accomplished what we came here for, which was to create some changes. I think the only thing that we would be doing if we were to go forward, and we would probably have to reconfigure ourselves, would be along the lines of, say, what IMAC does, where we're looking at trying to find new options, trying to find new ways of building, trying to educate people on housing. But I'm not really 100% sure that that's, we wouldn't be a task force, we'd have to be something completely different. Would you want us monitoring building? Would you want us paying attention to new builds? That's all stuff you can pull up with an easy report that you just ask the tax assessor to pull it up and make that stuff available. So I'm not really sure what our purpose would be. I personally feel we're done. But I do think there is probably more work to be done on the side of education. But we could, if we wanted us to do that, we might need a little bit of money just so we can make some posters and stuff. Something like that. I'm not sure. I certainly do see the need for an economic development attitude toward the downtown and something, but that's what, do you guys have any vision?
Are there any other questions? Councilor Vogt?
Thank you so much for being here, Sally, and I appreciate your presentation. Wanted to flag for you, one of the conversations that came up in the last Human Rights Commission meeting was some concern over housing resources and education specifically. A lot of folks having conversations, reaching out to members of the commission saying, where do I get housing? I'm not employed right now. I'm bouncing back and forth between being homeless and actually getting a job and trying to find a place to live, which I know comes into workforce housing and other options as well in the area. So I'm just wondering, curious to hear your thoughts on this. I see a collaborative effort there around that education, since this keeps coming up in the commission specifically.
Well, you could create a housing, not a housing authority, that's a whole different thing, but a housing committee that really did seek to pull all those resources together into one place. Right. Because there are resources out there. County has resources, the state has resources. There are steps to be taking. I mean, I've worked with immigrants and I've learned very, very clearly the steps you need to take when somebody comes here with what amounts to $1.25 in their pocket. Okay, and so it's just like, where do you go? How do we find you? Emergency housing, how do we do that? Your family and more emergency stuff. So there certainly is, there is something that could be done for that, but we would have to become, I think, something a little bit different than what we are. But I think that those resources could be pulled together, and if you had a more cohesive package of it to help people, and then you go forward, like, it is like, why do we have to have, large lots? What if we did this? How could we look at creating plans that are self-made plans that if you wanted to do the town, and some towns have done this, they have created the plan already, and if you're coming in, you want to build this house and you're willing to do that, you can buy a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
If you want to do an ADU, we could have, this is what you could do, and it's easy to do. There could be things we could do along those lines, if that, you wanted us to go in that direction.
We'll expect an invite from the Human Rights Commission in the near future for sure.
Yeah, that would be, there is definitely.
Thank you.
What's interesting is we did do affordable housing projects about 10 years ago. Todd will remember this. We took the Grange Hall, remember? Did we buy it?
No, Durham owned it, and we sold it to a developer who was Peter Murphy.
But it was to be rent control. It was going to be low price
Well,
because a woman had been laid off at UNH or something, and she was going to live there. I'm surprised to see that Peter lives there now. But he owns the building, I guess.
That's really not workforce housing, so to speak. I think that was more like an agreement that he would try to keep it reasonable.
Well,
I think he has
we found a
two-
place for someone to live that didn't have the money to rent elsewhere. I remember that.
It's a student housing where he accepted to have 3 workforce housing units within the development.
Yes.
So it's 3.
And it was,
Out of the-
they
I don't
weren't
know
at
how many-
market rent though. I think they were below market.
Yeah, at workforce housing.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we
So
did
it's-
have, we tried. And
Well,
Well, it takes.
I mean,
anyway.
what we can legally do, I mean, we could, I mean,
well, if the town can build a
town.
facility, they can rent to people of low income who need a housing. And
well, usually what happens though is if you have one apartment, you rent it, you can't, you know what I mean? You could have 3 families come in that needed help and you had 2 apartments. And so this is what I deal with the immigrants. We go back and forth, say, what if we bought an apartment complex, you know what I mean? And, well, we could still, it's not that easy just to shuffle people through. But, you know, if you had a group that was focusing on what you can do and what you cannot do and logistically, it's not a simple thing just to create workforce housing.
as my neighbor, would you allow me to put an ADU across the street from your house in the woods there?
You can put a detached ADU now.
Yep.
Yep. Is there any other
I
points
mean, we're just
to be
looking for
made?
your guidance as to,
Sure.
do you want us to think about it more? We do have our next meeting. We plan on televising, of course, again, it's DCAT, but we're going to have it going through the amendments and explaining why they are and what they are and how we came about them, and create basically a quick start kind of sheet. And then we want that sent out like through Friday updates, and we would love to create some small posters or something and put in this so people know what they are, and that's our plan for our next meeting.
So the town council may consider what to do next at a future meeting.
We can give you
We'll
some more
decide
time.
tonight.
Yeah, we can give you some more time. We have some meetings scheduled.
Councilor Register?
Hey, thank you, Joe. So as I'm understanding it, you're asking for concise guidance currently. And you feel like you have met your mission.
Yeah, we were a task force.
And so I think I would agree with that. You've given us causative research. You've given us relevant information. You've given us RKG's report and the rebuttals that I've seen. Now we have the information that we need to help shape a cohesive vision for what we want Durham to look like. I am worried that if we allow the task force to continue, we run into mission creep with them stepping on other committees' toes or taking and causing frustrations with other committees. And I'm worried that we will cause potentially wasting their time and causing animosity within residents in the town as well, because there is such a charged issue around this. I do feel you are on to something with education outreach and visibility on this stuff, because I think this is stuff that once you have a home, you no longer care about housing, right? Because you have a roof over your head. And I think there is some utility in potentially creating a committee or an ad hoc committee. I am unfamiliar with the appropriate terminology, so please give me some grace there. but something that helps us tie into state resources and state advocacy groups that we can directly transfer to Durham's knowledge, because we have access, or there are ideas and innovation and access out there, whether it's the SPRC with what they're doing with the housing needs assessment stuff, the state has a HUD stuff, there's also national assets, we've got workforce housing along the coalition. We need to figure out a way to tap into that and bring that direct line to us and the planning board and to the residents, and I think that would be a good idea. I think that's a separate committee though. I think sunsetting this committee is probably what is appropriate.
Just note, the committee is operating under an extension of 2 years that will automatically sunset on October 2nd of this year. So if the council takes no action, the committee can complete its work, and at the beginning of October, it naturally will sunset, unless the council creates a new charge or extends the task force for a longer duration.
But I would agree with Councilor Register, is that the way it is formed right now, it would need, if you wanted to do something like what you're saying or what you suggested, you would need to recreate it in a very different way. It just is not what we're focused on, or who the members are, part of it, are focused on.
Councilor Friedrichs, and perhaps also wrap up this discussion. We have still much more on the agenda.
I just wanted to ask, because I think the portion that is still missing a little bit in this is working on the draft language for what a zoning ordinance would look like. And I think that's where things have gotten hung up in the past, or are currently, in the resolution that we'll be looking at later tonight. And I think that the planning board has an awful lot on its plate and is rather struggling to get to all of its tasks, and it probably would appreciate help in putting together draft language that addresses housing, even some of the things that are being mandated by the state. Do you think anyone on the workforce housing task force would be interested in using that space to work on draft ordinance language? I think that was a hope initially in the creation of the committee, but not something that the committee has been doing of late.
What do you mean by, we have made our suggestions. We have looked at the zoning, and we have looked at where some changes could be made. And I think you'd be surprised. I think it's pretty mild, really, compared to our first run. But I think if somebody were to do that, they would have to have a strong planning board history. It can't just be anyway. We do have people on our committee that don't really have any experience with zoning, though we have some that have a lot of experience with zoning. So it's about half and half. So it would have to be that person. I think possibly that would probably be better, in my opinion. I don't know what Paul thinks, but I think that might be better if you had a couple of people from the planning board that were almost like a subcommittee. Because and that would be a per project. I don't really know if we would want to go at the zoning. Yeah, I mean, because I would think that was to be something that the zoning.
But just as a comment, I mean, the markup of the zoning is with Michael. I mean, from what the Housing Task Force
we have, just to clarify,
it is a markup.
Yeah, we have created our own choices as to what we think are good suggestions based on many things, and it is going to be going to the planning board. We will be explaining that bit by bit so that everybody understands it. So that language, most of it's just like changing P's to changes X's to P's. There's not a lot of language involved.
To answer your initial question, about the only folks who are on the planning board who have an appetite for drafting the language are Michael Barron and the members that actually are also on the planning board. So unless you can find new people who know how to draft language, it's better just letting the planning board do it.
Yeah. It would be redundant, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, the work you've done, and the task force and the work that they've done. As The administrator has pointed out the task force will sunset on October 2nd, but that doesn't mean that it could not come back at a
Yeah,
future
we'll-
time or in
we'll be
another fashion to perhaps include what's going on downtown as well.
We'll be making our presentation for the, on that, I think it's the 8th, or I can't remember, but it's in October.
Yes.
So that the town can hear the explanations of the zoning that we have, because it's just, we just want it, I think there is a need for more education and transparency. I don't know, we do have a process, but a lot of people are still, find it confusing or frightening. So we will be explaining that, and we will do what we can to get that information out to the public so they can have it available. And it's October 7th we will be doing that. So we will get that done, and then of course we'll be making our presentation to the planning board. And we still have 1, 2, 3 members. And one of our members, of course, Al Howland, who is a state rep, he is keeping us informed of everything too. And I think he's going to be coming here.
Just want to clarify on the date and time.
Yes.
Yeah, just looking for the date and time. You said that.
October 7th.
So it's a Tuesday?
It's a Tuesday. We couldn't do Monday because Craig, now that he is retired, isn't here on Mondays and Fridays, and it was just easier to move it to a Tuesday morning at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
Yeah. So tune in or come by.
Sally, can we get a copy of what you showed tonight?
Yeah, I'll send PDF tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's like basically synopsis of the reality. And all of those medians are as of August 25.
Very current.
Great. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for moving me forward. I
All right.
really appreciate it.
Next time we'll move you backwards.
So we are on to about a public grant, and I'll go ahead and make the motion to get this started. Make a motion that town council open the public hearing on resolution 2025-16, authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of a fiscal year 2026 New Hampshire Office of Highway Safety grant in the amount of $16,795.75 from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, Office of Highway Safety, for the enforcement of traffic laws and traffic safety equipment, and authorizing the administrator to sign and submit grant paperwork on behalf of the town of Durham. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll take a roll call vote, starting Council Register.
Curtis Reister, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Okay, the public, Councilor Friedrichs?
Aye.
Thank you. The public hearing is open. Does anybody wish to speak on this matter? Not hearing any or seeing any movement in the local and room, and not seeing anyone online, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing on
Second.
resolution 2025-16, and we have a second. Take a roll call vote on closing the public hearing.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Reister, aye.
The public hearing is now closed.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Well,
The public hearing is now closed. And a final motion,
I would like to ask a question of Chief Kelly before we move to make a vote.
Okay?
Thank you, Chief Kelly. I just wanted to clarify in the grant language, to understand the grant, the only equipment that is going to be purchased is an additional radar. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
We'll be purchasing the handheld radar, LiDAR as it's called, and we'll also be purchasing another speed sign. If you've been on the road lately, seen that, and so we will buy a second one of those for the money from the equipment part.
Okay. And would any part of the grant also pay towards one of the already scheduled patrol cars?
No.
No. And so the in-kind grant award that covers additional hours of policing, would any of that sort of, feed into our budget, or is that's that was the in-kind portion of the grant, we would not be receiving monies to cover officers' patrol hours. Is that correct?
No, the department, the officers we will be reimbursed for the officers' time out doing these enforcement initiatives. So normally for the speed block and the DWI, we do 4-hour shifts. We're gonna put people on foot in the area of Main Street to deal with the pedestrian crosswalk issues with the e-bikes and the scooters and all that kind of stuff. So that is part of the grant.
All set?
And do we have to follow the calendar outlined here, which may give folks some advance notice of when the additional patrols will be out? Or is there some flexibility in the calendar?
It's going to be up to the department to research where we can best serve whatever particular incident thing that we're trying to eliminate. So not necessarily going to put that out to the public. We're not going to put DWI patrols out to the public. So I hope that answers your question on that.
Yep, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Well, then I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-16, authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of a fiscal year 2026 New Hampshire Office of Highway Safety grant in the amount of $16,795.75 from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, Office of Highway Safety for the enforcement of traffic laws and traffic safety equipment, and authorizing the administrator to sign and submit grant paperwork on behalf of the town of Durham. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any more discussion about the motion? Councilor Register.
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Helen Friedrichs, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Right, Chief.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item 14B.
Dun, dun, dun.
Does anyone want to make a motion to take this off the table?
Can we clearly articulate what the options are for the residents, please?
The one option is to take it off the table and continue to discuss the matter. If we don't take it off the table, my understanding is that the motion will carry, which was to deny
No,
the advancement of changes.
that's not right, Joe.
No,
Okay.
if you don't take it off the table, it dies.
It does completely.
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
Maybe I wasn't articulating it well, but if we don't take it off the table, there's no more motions about any of what we've previously discussed or what is in your packet.
Todd recommended was take it off the table and then vote it down. I think that's what we said.
That was my recommendation.
Right.
But that would be one thing. Another would be take it off the table and send it back to the planning board.
Well, let me just clarify. Because the motion was made in the negative, I actually recommended you support the motion, which would kill the measure. Because the motion was
if you
to
move it off
not
the table,
approve.
that just means it comes back where it was
Right.
when we
for
left it.
discussion.
And then if we pass the motion, it kills the bill, right? We were gonna do that, then somebody moved to the table, but anyway.
That's scumbag.
Well, that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is very confusing, and I agree with Mr. Sandberg, and I expressed it at our last meeting, that you shouldn't make negative motions. You should make a positive motion, you can vote it down, or you can approve it, but making a negative motion just creates all kinds of chaos. And in my opinion, what we should do is take it off the table and vote the motion down, and then start over again. I mean, we still got this before us. We're just voting down the amendment, it's really an amendment to the original motion. So we vote that down, and then we go back to the original motion. We can either vote it up or down, and we can discuss it, and we can go on record of how we feel about it. Just voting the other one down and going away is, I don't think that's an option.
I'm willing to make the motion, but I want to make the word choice right, to take it off the table for discussion. That's the intent of what I'm going to say, but I want to make sure I'm articulating it appropriately. So I move
just to take it off the table.
To take ordinance 25, tax 08 off the table.
Well,
second that.
Now there needs to be a vote on it.
the motion before us is the negative motion, and that's what's on the table.
So we need to.
I'm trying to open up discussion on the negative motion, is what I'm trying to do.
Correct.
And I will say, just to, let's see, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
I think Fred seconded it already. But
M did already.
M did
M.
second it. Just on an aside, the idea of negative motions, it was the first motion made there, and so it was allowed to go forward. But I think going forward, I agree also that there should be positive motions, shot down or not, and not negative motions.
It could be amended. Once if it's removed from the table, you could amend that motion to what was recommended in the packet.
Is there any more discussion about moving it off the table?
Well, I just want to be clear. If we move it off the table, we'll have in front of us a motion to kill the bill, right?
Yes.
Or do we just have the bill itself?
No.
The motion to kill it is the one
Motion to kill it.
And seconded.
So when we have that motion to kill it, then somebody could change that motion to pass it, right? And for those reasons, since I'm opposed to it, I'm going to vote not to untable the bill. Because it could pass later on. But I'm not being nefarious. That's the motion. Okay. So if it comes up, if we vote for this motion to untable the bill that you've made, right? Then the bill comes. I keep calling it a bill. The motion will be in front of us to actually do what's in the bill.
Well, the motion is to kill the ordinance change.
Chairman?
I don't think you can table a motion. You can table a bill, but not a motion.
The ordinance.
The matter was tabled. Right.
The matter was tabled, that's where we are.
Okay.
Are we currently in discussion phase of untabling the motion?
No, I'm asking a parliamentary question.
There was a second, yes.
Yeah,
There was a
so-
second, we're talking about.
Okay.
So may I go into a discussion? Okay, so I hope to alleviate some angst here is I do not support passing a motion that increases the height limits in downtown Durham as it's in front of us. Okay, and I think for folks that are concerned, the current ordinance needs to be relooked and gained public buy-in. I am confident that the residents have resolutely spoken and have passed their, those 252 names, Diana, that's hard to beat. But one of the main arguments of the opposition to that ordinance, and one of the names that was invoked, was Doug Banks. And I think it's important to understand that Mr. Banks didn't say 4 and 5 stories weren't good for Durham. He said downtown would create a canyon effect that would impact human scale, but there were other opportunities such as Mill Plaza where 4 and 5 stories make sense. And so we need to understand as a community and as a council that though there are people that live and have lived here for 30, 40, 50 years, there are also people that are here that have lived here for 5 to 10 years. And there are people that work and their livelihood is based off of what goes on in Durham. And their voices matter. And every developer and every business owner that has come to speak has told you they are struggling and they can't make that they're not having their inventory's down, their business is down, their buildings won't sell. Now, do I think that means we need to drop a 10-story building in the middle of downtown and disregard 252 residents? No. But I think we need to understand that even with a never split the difference referenced by Ms. Mower for Chris Voss, you need to have some understanding that both sides have to win, which means both sides have to come to an agreement. And there is a problem in downtown Durham. Every business owner that I have talked to and every developer that I have gotten to talk to, and just so for the record, I am talking to business owners in Durham. I'm also calling and emailing developers in the region to see what makes sense, what sells, what doesn't sell, because I want to make a good decision for Durham, or help make a good decision for Durham. We can't just ignore those needs. It's important to understand that if we don't make up the difference in tax revenue, though it's only 0.4% with the downtown accrual of those 4 and 5 stories of our total town, revenue stream, that 4% is well beyond the $500,000 that's needed to close the gap in our revenue to budget deficit. And right now, we have a negative $500,000 and growing deficit between what we make and what we spend. And expenses aren't our problem from the sense of we don't have efficient use of our spending at the department's level. It's because the cost of everything keeps going up. The cost of materials, the cost of gas, the cost of keeping people alive. That's not something we can control. And for us to pretend like we can just cut departments out of existence is not fair to the people who have busted their butts to make the Durham we have today and have shown passion, integrity, and devotion to our residents. And it's not fair to the residents that would be impacted disproportionately by cutting services that we continually count as ancillary, like our library, like our Parks and Rec department. These are things that the lower income people are more likely to use. And so while we can handle, some individuals in this town can handle increased taxes as a baseline, that's not everybody who calls Durham home. And we have an obligation as a council to represent the best interests of everybody who calls Durham home.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Beth.
So, just a bit of background. I went through and looked at what have we done as a town council since the building boom started sort of after approvals in the 2012 to 2014 timeframe. And when the 3-story petition came out, I think it was a reaction to the fact that we had, a lot of these approved plans. There was a lot of mass on them. And I saw it as I came into town, in the summer of 2014 to live here. And I was just interested to figure out what have we done. We've tweaked the central business district several times since then. We've got the 3-story thing in. We made sure that it was conditional use, that we can't do anything in the central business district without going through the conditional use process. In 2014, just as a housing perspective, we made it difficult to do any housing in Moodor or in Orley, took that all away. Increased lot sizes to 150 square feet in, I think it's the Orley. Moodor at less, somewhere back in that time frame. And then we started tweaking with the square feet in the downtown. We went to 600. Can't do that. It wasn't affordable. I think we probably got feedback from the community that that wasn't going to work. And then, so that was like in 2016, 2017. 2017, we said, well, let's just do, we could do by right mixed use in the downtown area as long as it was somebody over 55. Now that didn't pass, but that was another suggestion that went through. Again, trying to tweak to focus on what we really wanted to have live, where we want them to live. And in 2018, we said, okay, well, we have this stuff going on, the 600, not going to work, 600 square foot per person thing isn't going to work, and we went to 450. At that point, we had downtown business feedback that thought, I don't think that 450 is going to really work. The 300 number, we might be able to make something workable. We put it in at 450, nothing's happened. And you just keep going through these, and so here we are. Oh, and at that time, we had the 4-story, but you had to have 2-story of office. Now, we have people agree now that, okay, we don't need that two floors worth of office retail anymore, because of course we see that that's not going to work. One, we have had COVID, people work more remotely. It's just not high demand. It's also not high rent. The business owners need apartments above to support the cash flow they need, because you're not getting the cash flow out of the businesses below. The rents aren't as high as those per square feet. So all of the things we've done to tweak from 2013 until we did our last tweak was in 2021. We tweaked just minorly some building height things, 30 to 35 in some areas. So all of these things that we've done, and none of that was big studies and this and that. What we've done is continuously just make things harder for our business community to actually, they can't sell the property. So the next thing we're going to see isn't just having to make that little bit more to get, good housing with better assessed values. We're going to be challenged with the fact that the assessed values for our businesses downtown is going to go down. And I think that's already been hinted at. So at some point, we should be listening to the business owners that are actually trying to build. Are they out there trying to make billions of dollars off of Durham? I don't think so. But I think that's something that we really need to think about. And I would vote for it. But of course I would, because I was part of, the people that have been bringing up these ideas. So it's pretty obvious where I stand. But I wanted to just kind of get that lay of the land out there for everybody here. We've been hearing from them every time we make a change. The town council hears something from a business owner that says, that's not going to quite make that. And it's gotten worse. Maybe 3 stories was okay in 2013, but look where we are. You cannot build, and nobody will. Nobody's going to buy those properties and come in and deal with Durham at this point.
They will if they lower the price. They can still make money.
Are there any other comments?
Yes. The other side of that is that we're here to represent the citizens of the town, not the business owners. And the citizens of the town have been very clear. They want to keep the character of downtown the way it is. And I think that's what we should do.
It seems to me on this motion that on this issue that a lot of work has been done, at least to put together a concept to move forward with the planning of our downtown, and that I would be in favor of taking it, as we take it off the table, to send it back to the planning board for their final recommendations based on the input that we've gotten from the community. But it seems clear to me that adding density to the downtown would benefit the downtown. And benefit the most amount of residents in Durham. And there are many residents that we have not heard of, but still believe that taxes is a big issue for some, and living here for people in the region, for their children to come back and live here. We want to make opportunities for people to live in this great town that we have, and right now it seems extremely difficult to build new in Durham.
Councilor Friedrichs has her hand raised.
Councilor Friedrichs?
I feel that, I think we're already having the discussion during the discussion about whether or not to move it on the table. So that was sort of a point of order, is that I rather feel that to be having the discussion of the actual ordinance, we should have already removed it from the table procedurally.
Yeah, correct.
We'll call
clarification
for a vote.
there.
All right, let's just,
Yep.
We'll call for a vote. Councilor Welsh to move it off the table of a negative vote on the ordinance.
I'm going to vote with Wayne and say no.
Robin vote aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, no.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
And Friedrichs, aye.
So it is moved off the table, and the motion then is open, and the motion is to deny
The motion is on the table now is the Durham Town Council does hereby not adopt ordinance 2005-08 and so on.
So move.
Well, it's already been.
It's already moved and seconded.
at the last meeting.
So we can have discussion now about that motion now.
Well, I made the motion.
I think Em was going to
Yep.
talk on that.
Councillor Friedrichs?
So I think that we have heard pretty clearly that there is not really resident buy-in to this plan, and I do think that there is a win-win possibility out there. I think we heard from folks that point out that 4 and 5 stories is already a permitted use in a pretty significant chunk of other parts of downtown, but also that there are parts of downtown adjacent, parts along Madbury Road that aren't a part of this discussion and that maybe should be. And I think that having a piecemeal approach to this is not going to help us to revitalize downtown. I agree that, that downtown needs some help and that some zoning changes could be of benefit there. But I also agree that we want to be thoughtful about what we create there because we don't want to lose the characteristics of Durham and have it be replaced with buildings that are, could be located anywhere in this country, sort of piecemeal and, IKEA. And so I don't think that the planning board really wants to take on rewriting of this ordinance from what Paul was saying, but we do have several residents who said that they are willing to work on it. I believe that Robin Mower named a few. I personally had reached out to Doug Beck and asked, and he had said that he would be willing to work on this. And so I think that having some folks who come forward with some draft language that looks at things as a cohesive whole, because there may be ways to increase the height limit, but including appropriate setbacks so that we don't create some sort of a canyon effect. And that language is there right now for the 5th story, and it could be there for a 4th story as well. And so I think it's, Durham is a very special place. And I think that we have a lot of resources and talent here in this town. We're extremely lucky to have that. And I'd like to see that used to really help this town be the best that it can be. And I think better is possible for Durham, and that's what we should hold out for.
Councillor Vogt?
Yeah, I had to take a deep breath there for a second. I want to be very clear about something, and this is to the Durham community as well. Sitting here as a young father of a newborn, and folks, young families, coming to me saying they are tired of hearing the narrative of grown-ups and people who are new here within this discussion is really concerning for me. Because we're not just talking about building height here. We're talking about projects happening in communities around us that are going to give Durham the opportunity to welcome new families in and build business here in Durham. If we want to rise to the tides right now and meet this moment, we need to recognize that these conversations are not just for the grown-ups and for those who are new here. This is a community conversation that involves everybody. And I want to make it really clear that it is frustrating to sit here and to hear that. And I think that those concerns are just going to continue to perpetuate themselves as this continues to be kicked down the road. I am voting no on this not to adopt because there are many more voices out there that have not spoken about this. A lot of young families like myself who are concerned. Thank you.
I might just add that as a resident that has lived here for 1 year
Yes.
also has as much rights in this town as a resident that has lived here for 50 years.
Thank you.
So we'll say that.
I just thought, I'm not following you. We're talking about a small area of downtown.
Yes.
Do you think putting 4 or 5 stories is going to attract more young families?
I do.
is going to be full of students. For $1,000 a bed? What do you-
May I respond to that?
No, I haven't finished. I came here as a young family, and I found a place to live, but I don't think, it's not about, what really bothers me, to be honest with you, and I absolutely respect your point of view, is that originally the Stratford Regional Planning Commission assigned a quota to each town, and that started this whole thing. And I didn't like that approach anyway, because there's a lot more affordable housing in the surrounding towns where the market's going to kill us. The market's going to make these more expensive than you can afford. And so what bothered me was they're building 1,000 units in Dover, and they're doing units in Rochester and Somersworth. And Jim Lawson figured out that we probably did more than anyone when we built the downtown dormitories, and all those students moved out of Newmarket and Dover and created workforce housing in the surrounding towns. My concern is that how does this benefit new families? Would you buy a unit downtown?
If it was presented to me as somebody who moved here specifically from Portsmouth, who could not afford something at that time and was very lucky to run into family inheritance and to be here, if I had that option available to me, knowing I was starting a young family, I would get 3 jobs in order to get that unit. I would.
Okay.
I think the other thing to comment on, you brought up the Stratford numbers. And Dover has a goal of 2,000 units. They haven't met their goal yet. Everybody got an analysis based on the needs of that community, and everybody has a target. It's not like somebody got out of it, and just because their goal is 2,000 and ours is 445 now, we shouldn't say, no, Dover's going to build 2,400 now, so we don't have to. We have a need in this town, and we need to recognize that and stop saying we got credit for student housing, because that housing was already, we got credit for that in the analysis in the very beginning.
How many units would this, if we prove this, would it create?
But that's the other point. So we did a workforce housing overlay district. There were a lot of the same people that don't want to have density downtown to 4 stories that said, we shouldn't be building in this overlay district. Todd at the same time comes up and says, we need to do something about the downtown. And everybody said, yeah, we shouldn't be doing this workforce housing out here. We should be building in the density in downtown. So now we say, well, let's have some density downtown, and everybody says, no, we can't have it here.
How many units would this create if we voted?
Are we arguing the ordinance?
I'm just asking a question.
Because you keep
How many of those 400 units would you get?
You keep dancing.
I'm asking
It takes pieces. It takes pieces everywhere. It takes little pieces everywhere. You look at Spruce Hole, they're going to have 25 more units over there. That's a nice little place, right? It's going to be for over 55, but it's going to build more housing in an area where there is demand.
You get 3 months.
Workforce housing could have about 150 out there. Downtown, could you have 50 more?
If Dan Keefe sold his property, you could get all these units in there if we could find a way to do it. I guess he apparently is still not interested in doing that, and that would be well within reason. But I haven't still had to answer my question. This particular zoning ordinance that we want us to vote on.
This isn't a site plan review.
Can I finish the question, please?
You keep talking over people at all times. I'm not trying to be rude, but you're not letting people finish their own thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Does anyone know how many units this particular ordinance would create if we voted in?
Mr. Chairman, is this a site plan review or an ordinance motion?
Can I ask Mr. Barrett, you're the planning director, how many units would this plan create if it's implemented? Of affordable housing?
Well, I wouldn't anticipate it creating any affordable housing. These are expensive properties. But in the area that you're talking about, it probably most likely would be the handful of properties with 1-story buildings. that would be redeveloped, and there's not that many of them. There's a few on Main Street. There's one or two on Jenkins Court. So, I mean, Madbury Road is largely built up. I mean, unless there was some infill in front of some of these apartments, I don't think that you would see a huge amount of activity. I think we have a number of underdeveloped properties with one story. I think that's, and clearly, three-story limit has not been sufficient incentive to demolish those and build up. But we've heard testimony that 4 or 5 probably would be. So I mean, I don't think there's that many opportunities. You know, we could put together something and identify specific lots. There's not many vacant lots.
I'm just asking, how many units does this piece of this proposal, if we approve it? I'm okay. Never mind.
I mean, you know, we could do an estimate. We could look at the half a dozen properties in this part of central business that are most subject to some kind of redevelopment, look at the size of them, make some assumptions, 1, 2-bedroom units, X number of floors.
Is there any
and we could probably give you some numbers.
Is there any
like
limit under current state law to the number of students who could live in those apartments?
No, it'd be
well,
2.
we removed our 3 unrelated. There's a maximum 2-bedroom. You can't have 3 or 4 in central business. So, I mean, we could come up with some kind of estimate if that was desired.
It sounds like, under the new zoning, that we won't be able to limit the number of people who live in these apartments, and they could be students at $1,000 a bed, right?
We cannot limit the number, but we already have a maximum of 2 bedrooms. So, and with the market being what it is, and we know that a lot of people, particularly students, are reluctant to live in close quarters post-COVID. I don't think we're not going to see another Madbury Commons.
But there will be rentals, is that right?
So to clarify, we do currently have a 2-bedroom limit in our downtown housing, and state law allows you to limit 2 occupants per bedroom. So the apartments could have, but we would have to adopt that. That's not necessarily the case. So if Durham chose to adopt that additional language, we could limit downtown apartments to a total of 4 occupants
So it'd be
in a 2-bedroom.
$4,000 a month to the owner of the building for the apartment.
Yeah, although I'll note that the current trend is for the students to no longer share a bedroom. So it's becoming harder and harder for the landlords to put 2 kids in a room. So I think it's unlikely you'd have 4 in the 2-bedroom.
And they've been converting them away from the 2 beds to
And we're seeing that right now. We understand that the downtown, or the rentals are at about 90% occupancy, and a lot of the owners are looking to make deals to attract people. So rather than putting 4 people in a unit, sometimes it's 1 or just 2. They're throwing in utilities. But one area I'm increasingly hearing about is the lack of parking. So we actually had a downtown business owner / building owner in today, and that individual's has some vacancies. The students who want to live there would like on-site parking, and they don't have it. And the non-students who have looked at it also demand parking, which they don't have. So they've been unable to rent those units. And that's increasingly a problem for them.
Councilor Richardson.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that this isn't altruism. It's not advocacy. This is a need. And it's been validated by multiple external agencies and a whole task force that we put together. I think it's also important to understand that this isn't just for business owners. It's not just for students. There are a finite amount of students that are coming to this town because of distance learning, because of the cuts in UNH capacity, because of the on-campus housing. They don't multiply like rabbits. I understand that there was some significant challenges within this town. And I have heard the music the last couple of weeks as well. I've also run over a couple, or tried to run over a couple as I was driving through the crosswalks, and they were hopping between multi-use paths and sidewalks on their Marty McFly's hoverboards. And I don't like that stuff neither. But this isn't to help students specifically. It's to help Durham. We got business owners that can't make ends meet and can't sell a product. If those businesses go away, there are no restaurants in town. If there are no restaurants in town, there is no downtown. That impacts our capacity to have recreational and community events like you would see from a Norman Rockwell painting, which we have on a regular basis with our Frost Fest and our Halloween. If the businesses go away, that goes away because no one's gonna come. We can host it. That doesn't mean they're gonna come. It also, you're gonna have students that choose to live downtown if we put housing downtown because of convenience and because of the price point. That's just what happens. But eventually there is a maximum number of students that are going to UNH. And eventually that's gonna work out in favor of working class families with what they vacate and what developers and business owners have to adjust to as they change their business model to what is profitable. We have police officers that live with their families who work in town because they can't live in this area. We have firefighters that drive 2 hours because the nearest house they can buy is in North Conway, but they still work in Durham. These are people that provide value to all of us. They don't just provide value to students. If you don't have people who can live here and work here, they're not going to choose to work here. They're going to choose to work elsewhere. And coming from the South, I can promise you there are plenty of ghost towns. There are towns that did not change with the times, did not make accommodations for changing demographics, and they stayed the same. And they became bypass towns. New overpasses completely bypassed them. And eventually, they're going to completely die out. I came from Sneads Ferry, North Carolina when I moved up here. That place has 2,000 people, or excuse me, you have to get me on that one. It was less than 10,000. And they're not going anywhere because they fought development.
At this point, we're approaching the end of our scheduled meeting time, and we have an open motion on the floor. And whether we extend this meeting, I think we have to do it by 10:30, so I'm a little bit not sure how we move forward here.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
And I don't know if this overrides the existing motion, if that has to be voted on first or not.
No, this overrides that.
This would?
Yeah.
So there's a motion to extend this to 11:15. Is this a matter of discussion?
It hasn't been seconded.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. So in the start of the discussion, another item on our agenda is whether we have a meeting next week or not. We haven't done our council roundtable, and so that's to be considered as well. If we go to 11:15, there's a possibility we get it all done and we don't meet next week. So I don't know if anybody has opinions about that, but these are the final items on the agenda.
We vote on the motion in front of us to extend the meeting. We haven't voted to extend the meeting.
No, we haven't. No, what I'm saying.
But he's making comments about whether we should or not.
So are there any other comments? Otherwise, we'll
I'll
vote.
say that I think it's a discourtesy to the public to extend this vote again after having extended it from August.
I agree.
This matter needs to be decided tonight.
Okay.
At least the basic vote up or down. What the next steps would be, whether it could possibly go back to the planning board or something like that. That's a discussion that could happen next Monday, and I think we should keep that meeting also to have a roundtable. But I think at least having a vote on this motion should happen tonight as a courtesy of the public.
Okay. So the motion is to extend the meeting to no later than 11:15. Councilor Register?
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, eyes open.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Friedrich's aye.
Thank you. All right, so we can, Councilor Welch.
Yeah, if I could just make a point, I think we spent a lot of time discussing a lot of stuff that's not on the table. What's on the table is this particular ordinance, not what happened to, with due respect, certain towns in North Carolina, not how many specific new houses are required, not how many young people can move into town. It's just a question of whether 7 buildings, roughly, I might have the number wrong, might be 8, might be 9, in downtown, in the middle of downtown, can have 3.5 stories or 4. And so let's not complicate it. Let's just say, let's please keep the discussion to whether or not we want to retain what a lot of people feel is the look and feel of a small town area in Durham for 4 or 5 buildings that might possibly be changed or not. And that's really what we have to discuss right now. So let's please not fall into this, renewed discussion of how many new houses we have to have in Durham, because that's not the point that we're discussing right now. So I would like to make the observation that this seems to be a reasonable compromise between what was suggested, which was a lot of changes that were adopted at the last meeting for other areas. This is not discussing whether or not we have 2 layers of commercial required or 1 layer. I think we're all good with that, with just 1 floor of commercial. All we're discussing is for these buildings, could we do something like 3.5 stories that Doug Banks, who is here, tells us is very important in terms of the look and feel of a small town versus an urban center. And it's only a small number of buildings. It has nothing to do with what can be done on Jenkins Court, because we're not talking about Jenkins Court, we're just talking about Main Street. And I think, given all the discussion that we've had, I think this is a reasonable compromise between what was, the excellent work done by the Housing Committee and what many people in the town feels is important to the town. I myself wrote a letter a long time ago, people probably forget, but when you talk about Durham, this is what they say: a classic New England college town. That's Durham, home to our main residential campus. That's the UNH website. They're advertising that, a classic New England town. Durham is a quintessential New England college town. Explore.com. To soak in Durham's charm, you first should stop on tree-lined Main Street, where low red brick buildings sit alongside pretty clapboard houses. That's seacoastlately.com. The most charming college town in New Hampshire, only in your state.com. UNH's main campus is located in a picturesque New England town. The pros of attending University of New Hampshire. College aftermath. There's all this stuff about how we're this great quintessential New England town. All that the citizens are asking for is these 7 buildings, 3.5 stories as defined, and we don't have a specific definition. We might ask Doug Banks to provide it, but basically have a little bit of a setback on the 4th floor and some dormers. It works really well in Portsmouth. Why can't we just agree that that's a reasonable compromise and move forward to our next discussion? That's my proposal.
But that's not the motion on the table.
Yeah, so my motion would be, my position would be to send it back with the advice to those guys, look, this is what we're talking about, and please adjust this. I know that Paul said he won't do it because he'll want to study or something else. I think if we're very clear, Paul would do it if we said this is the only adjustment that you have to make. Barring that, if you want to do something else, I think we have to step to some really significant work by outside experts to talk about how we should restructure our town, which would include parking, which would include what are our strengths and weaknesses, how do we position ourselves relative to a town like Newmarket or a town like Dover or a town like Portsmouth? What do we have? And then how do we shape the town going forward? So to me, the two choices are, one, to send it back and say, please just make this relatively small change in the grand scheme of things, or two, throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, no, we need to go back to ground zero and have experts come in and tell us what to do. So I propose we do the former and just say, we'll accept all the other changes. Let's just, for these 7 buildings, make it 3.5.
Any other comments?
I'd like to agree with Councillor Welsh.
As a point of order, although the original motion was to go to 4 by right, 5 by conditional use, I would be curious to hear, Michael's thoughts on this, but I think it is a minor enough change that the town council could modify this to say, let's change the motion to be 3.5 stories by right, and we could pass that tonight without having to send it back to the planning board. And I really appreciate what Nick Isaac said, but I would like to, what we've been hearing lately at the planning board is that, and at the town council, is that building code is not the same thing as zoning ordinance. And so while building code does not differentiate between 3, 3.5, 4 stories, it's either 3 or it's 4, that's building code. Zoning ordinance can do that. And 3.5 stories is a common enough definition that we don't have to make up new language and create a definition for what it is. We could just say 3.5 stories, and that would be something that could be interpreted. So I'd love to hear Michael's thoughts on that, but I think we could edit that language tonight and pass that tonight.
Mr. Barrett?
Oh, Mr. Chair, if I may just go out on a little bit of a limb and actually make a recommendation to the council, because this is difficult, you've been wrestling. I want to make a recommendation to you, and I think it's consistent with what Councillor Welsh is saying. And I've heard from the public as well, and I know there's some different opinions on the council. I recommend, A, that you take a vote tonight to kill this amendment, and B, that you request that the planning board explore drafting a new amendment for this area that would be either 3.5 or 4 stories. I don't think you can adopt it as 3.5 stories. There's some complications how you define that. And I would not limit it to 3.5 stories. Developers will not build 3.5 stories. It's very expensive to build a pitched roof, build dormers. You've got a smaller floor plate, you've got less headroom. Some people might, depending on how you define it, a mansard roof, maybe. But I think what we want to do is have the planning board look at a new amendment that allows really 2 options. You can either have 4 stories by right with some kind of setback for your 4th floor, or you can have, call it 3.5, 3 3/4, it depends, a pitched roof with no setback, but you've got a maximum pitch, you allow dormers, but the planning board would have to craft that because there's some details how you define 3.5 stories, width of dormers, etc.
And do you think, what kind of timing would you say it would take the planning board to come up with that and bring it back to the council?
Well, I can't speak for, Paul could only speak to the planning board's schedule, but that would not be difficult to do, to write that.
Michael, I'm just wondering, Councillor Friedrichs had posed the specific question of whether the council could amend this draft and change 4 stories to 3.5. 4 is noted in a few specific spaces. If the council did that, do you feel there are other problems in the ordinance elsewhere that would be created?
I would really recommend against doing that for a few reasons. One, there's always the debate, is that can and should the council make that step now without going back to the planning board? And I think that's really questionable. And secondly, it's not straightforward. If you simply amend the ordinance and say, in this area, there's now a maximum height of 3.5 floors, it's unclear what that means. We have to dig into some of the details on that. Plus, I think it would be a mistake to say 3.5 floors and not allow a 4th floor, because it may not get you anywhere. I think a lot of developers would say, I'm not going to build a pitched roof with dormers, it's very expensive.
I'm just thinking, assuming the council could make the change tonight from 4 to 3.5, and I'm thinking about that issue, whether that would represent a substantive change or not, because it's less of a change than the planning board recommended and less of a change than we had a public hearing on. It still would represent an increase in possibility for developers, and there would still be the opportunity for a developer to apply for a conditional use to do more, up to 5. And as we know from a building like Madbury Commons, 5 stories can work in that area. It's present at Madbury Commons, sort of buried in the middle of the building, and it works because of topography. But on the road, it's 3 stories. So I'm just wondering, again, practically, if we could make that change. Because it would get it done, it would address the public's concern, it would be an advancement for developers, it takes it off the planning board's plate.
Well, the current amendment, in half of the central business district, you can go to 4 stories by right and 5 stories by conditional use. So the proposed amendment carries that same provision over to the other part, 4 stories by right, 5 stories by conditional use. So if now you say in the affected area, the easterly part of Central Business 1, you are removing the 3-story limit and making that 3.5 stories, I suppose, legitimately that you could do that if you're comfortable with that call. I really would recommend against it, though. It's for 2 reasons. A, it's just very unclear what 3.5 stories would mean, and B, I don't think you'd get the response you've heard from. I think there's a consensus. You want to do something to create incentives to redevelop these 1-story buildings, and if you right now adopt 3.5 stories, you may hear from people, thanks, but I'm not going to be able to sell my building. Developers don't want to do that. I don't think it's a big deal to send it back to the planning board and have them spend some time, wrestle with it, and get it right.
But, Michael, you're ignoring everything that's been discussed this whole time. You're saying, well, let's just keep it at 4. This whole discussion has been about, can we keep the small part of the town at 3.5? Could I ask Doug Banks to come up for a second? I mean, I understand your personal position, but this whole discussion has been about
Get Doug out of bed.
So let me just ask Doug. Doug, in your professional opinion, is 3.5 stories not specific enough if we put that into the ordinance?
I don't know.
Guido, so that probably means it's not specific enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Michael had indicated, there are different ways to think about what 3.5 might be.
Mm-hmm. But 3.5 isn't 4. That isn't another way
No,
to
they're
think
different.
about
There's
3.5.
I think we would all agree 3.5 is not 4.
And there's 4 with a setback. They're different.
I understand that. But the question was, you've told us that 3.5 is kind of the tipping point. So if we give people the alternative of doing 3.5 or 4, does that push us over the tipping point?
Well, as Michael described, the idea of having a 4th floor with a setback, I think, is equivalent to a 3.5.
Depending on how big the setback is.
Yeah, and again, you get into a lot of specifics here of being
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
describe the angle of the roof and the amount of dormers and, various things that would go along with this, and how much of the setback there would be.
And you
Sure.
think that could maintain the
Yeah, I
small
mean, to
town
me,
look?
for me, the simple way to think about it is the eave line should be at three
30
three stories. And then you can have a pitched roof, or you can have a setback. You can do, different ways to be able to handle it.
Right.
There we go.
Mr. Chairman, I think process-wise, though, we've been criticized throughout now for not having, public input. And if we turn around now and change this tonight, that's another change made to this by the town council without any public input on what we're voting on.
We've had a ton of public input on that.
I'd like to call the question.
But they haven't,
What's on the
I haven't finished. We don't know what the proposal's going to be yet. We haven't discussed it, have we? Do you know what we're going to be voting on? You don't know. You're going to have to amend, what are you going to do, start a whole new bill now, or are you going to just amend this one?
We don't do bills here.
I mean, you're going to do
The motion that's
another
on the table,
proposal?
Mr. Burden, is do we kill this or not? That is the motion currently on the table, is if you vote yes, you are killing this bill, and if you vote no, then we have next steps. And we have been discussing, and I think Cardin Welsh is correct, we need to talk about what's on the table currently. And I think we've beat this horse.
So we want to vote for that and then discuss the 3.5 versus 4?
Yes, ma'am, would be delightful.
With the intent of writing a new proposal tonight and approving it?
No, just giving them guidance. I'm
I
sorry.
agree. Yeah.
That's fine with me, all right?
So let's take a vote on whether we are going to deny the,
Now, we're going to approve the motion on the floor.
approve the motion on the floor, which is to deny the ordinance. as
To
written.
not adopt the ordinance.
Right, so if you vote yes on this, you are voting to deny the ordinance. If you vote no, you are voting to
Thank you, Mr. Banks.
continue the discussion about the ordinance.
If you win, yeah.
Okay. Is everyone clear on that?
Yes.
That's mud.
So we'll have a vote.
Not voting to continue, sorry, if you vote aye to kill the ordinance as written with 3 stories, it doesn't preclude a conversation about what next steps are. It just means that the ordinance as written, going up to 4 stories by right, cannot be passed.
That's correct.
Correct.
Right.
So, Counselor Welsh.
Yes, I would like to vote aye to kill the ordinance, but I would like to specifically say my aye is based around this one amendment for what we do with a small part of the downtown as we have discussed. So aye, Cardin Welsh.
Robin vote no.
Joe Friedman, nay.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, nay.
Curtis Register, nay.
Counselor Friedrich?
M. Friedrichs, I vote aye to kill the ordinance as written. But I think that there is some discussion here where there can be a win-win for all the points that we've been trying to get to.
We're in voting mode, not discussion
So
mode.
that's 4 yes and 4 no, which means that that motion fails.
Yes.
So now we're back to square one, basically, which I let's see, it fails. So we did not kill the measure. The council did not kill the measure, so therefore, the original question is kind of back before the council. So now the question is to adopt the ordinance, and then you can go from there.
Or amend it.
Counselor
Or-
Welsh had
right,
said, we
refer it.
now give instructions to send it back if we wanted to make such a motion to the planning board to revise it,
Right. Right.
or somebody
You
else.
could
make
refer
that
it back.
motion as well.
I would like to make a motion to send this ordinance back to the planning board with very specific direction that we are looking for language around 3.5 stories or 4 stories with a setback. But having heard from both Doug and Michael, I think that they are correct that developers are very wary of ambiguity. And the more, you don't want to be so specific that you take away any architectural possibilities.
Councilor
But
Friedrichs, is this all part of your motion? I think you've made a motion and
Sorry, I guess I'll save that for a discussion portion. I make a motion to send this back to the planning board with very specific request to develop a 3.5 or 4 stories with setback criteria for this section of downtown.
I'll second that.
is there further discussion about that? Councilor Register?
So I think this works, and I think this meets the intent of getting it back to the planning board, respecting what the residents have told us in regards to not wanting to feel like they've been rammed into a position. I also want to highlight two very critical things. One, I've had multiple residents mention a holistic approach. Multiple residents have talked about not just doing a piecemeal every 12 buildings, height limit. They've talked about a holistic approach that blends with the master plan, but is feasible towards reality. And two, that they want outside expertise. And I think if we send it to the planning board, we should not set the planning board up for failure for another conversation in the next 6 months that's similarly toned. I think we should invest in the planning board, in the process, and in the town, and hire someone like Plan New Hampshire to do a charrette and bring in all the stakeholders and all the active participants, residents in the town, to design a plan that works for all of us, or at least is a win-win for all of us. And that will require resources. So if we send it back to the planning board, let's not set them up for failure. Let's assign clear guidance and resources to get outside expertise to help us solve this problem.
Are there any other comments?
Yeah, well, so I don't agree with sending it back without, it seems like we should keep it here and work it. Because what we're doing is, just, it's going to get tabled over there. Because everything that gets done isn't going to be acceptable. So if we don't keep it and own it, we're the ones that wanted it. We wanted to get control and to try and work quickly to get something done for the central business area. And I don't think doing this is going to do that for us. So it's a budget thing at this point, and that's in our control. And so I don't want to vote on something that doesn't actually say that we're going to do something like that.
Councilor Welch?
Todd, can we do that without stepping on the planning board's toes? Could we do what Heather's suggesting? Adopt Michael and Doug's language to a certain extent and send it back to the planning board?
I think we'd have to work with Michael and other resources Michael might suggest to make sure we're clear about what 3.5 stories means and what a 4-story appropriate setback means. We could work with them on that and then potentially send that to the planning board as well, along with referring this back to them. In other words, we could send back to the board some specific tangible suggestions that would accomplish what the council wants, and then hope the board is agreeable to those and integrates them. Or we could kill this outright and do a new council-initiated change that specifically has what we want. That's another possibility.
Well, which is more effective? It seems like we're doing the same thing. I mean, what do you think, Heather? You're the representative on the board, right?
I mean, this started as a council-initiated change, and we sent it to the planning board. They came back with some minor tweaks. I think we just send it, we refer it back with some specific suggestions, and we can work with Michael on what those might be. And maybe we don't send it back tomorrow, maybe we send it back in October or November, once we've had a chance to figure out specifically what needs to be changed. But I think that would expedite the process, because the planning board's hands are full. The plate is full right now, I think, already.
Oh, Todd, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood. So are you saying for the council to work on this more and come up with the specific language, or at least more precise guidance? Or to send it back to the board with the guidance that Councilor Friedrichs talked about?
I was thinking we would work with you to craft some very specific language for the planning board to consider. And even if the council was to adopt what Councilor Friedrich suggested this evening, which I think is a good idea, we don't have to refer that back to the planning board immediately. We could work with you to work out the details of what the council would feel comfortable with, and that would be reasonable since this is a council-initiated change.
In that case, would we kill what they sent us and then work on something else and send it back, or do we just keep it open and modify it and send it back?
In my opinion, it would be easiest to kill what's on the table now entirely and start anew. And then it's clear where we are in the process.
But when you say start anew, you mean take everything except for those 7 buildings and work on the 4th floor and the 3.5 and not touch anything else? Because, I mean, that could be opening a can of worms.
Yes, I am concerned if we begin to look at CBD 2 along with 1 and expand, if we look at expanding some of CBD 1 elsewhere, that will open a can of worms. It will be a very long process. And I think in terms of bringing on a consultant, which we could do, I think that's at least a 6-month process and probably a $25,000 to $50,000 cost.
I was told 6 to 10, but yes.
I think it's...
The people, they just used it. Newmarket just used it.
So it's...
And what about the clause of no requirement for a second floor of commercial above the first floor?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
we wanna
something that we
preserve-
should try and...
We want to preserve that, it would seem, as a minimum.
I think there's, it seems to me that the public was not expressing concern about that.
No, not at
I
all.
think there's agreement around that. And I think there's agreement as well around this notion of conditional use, that potentially even on those 7 or 9 lots, under the right circumstances, perhaps something more would be appropriate, but the developer would have to prove that.
Can I make an observation also that both the council and the public seem to have great faith also in Mr. Banks and seem to want him to be involved. And you're here and you came up before. I wonder if you might step forward again and let us know if you would be willing to perhaps work with Michael on this language.
I'm certainly open to sharing my voice. I don't want to presume anything more than that.
Okay. Thank you.
Big bucks, you know.
My voice is not very much.
So the motion on the table from Councilor Friedrichs, could it be repeated?
I believe Councilor Friedrich moved to send back the ordinance to the planning board with either a 3.5-story limit or 4 stories with appropriate setback, with the setback criteria, and Wayne seconded that.
But does that mean we're going to send it back now, or we're going to wait until these 2 guys work out something and then send it back?
No, we'll wait till they work it out.
Well, we'll work it out. We'll coordinate with the planning board.
No, I'm just asking M. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think it makes sense to try and send the planning board with some pretty close to complete draft language. And I think that Michael and Doug would be great to work on that together. I think the hardest part is getting the draft language right for zoning. The devil's in the details, and the road to hell is paved in good intentions. I think the town council has the intentions, but it will be all about the details.
I would just note, in conversations with Paul, Rasmussen, and Michael, we have started to think about the master plan and when the appropriate time would be to begin a rewrite. And we were thinking 2 years from now. That was our vision. I do worry if we try to do too much downtown with changes, we're starting to bump up against a lot of the thoughts in the old master plan that really perhaps weren't being revisited given the current world, post-COVID, changes in Amazon deliveries. There's a lot that's changed. The housing challenges that we have.
So in the amendment that Councilor Friedrichs has made, the presumption is that it would be immediate, but what I'm hearing is we would send it back after some work has been done. So therefore, does the motion have to be amended? That it would be sent back after a certain amount of work has been done?
Does that functionally matter, though? If the individuals who are representing on the planning board are saying they're going to hold off and they're going to work on something, and then when they're ready, pick it up, because they've obviously got a full plate, and so they're not going to stop doing what they're doing.
Right. I think we'll let the planning board know we're going to send it back to them, and we'll let them know as well some more specific suggestions we'll be following. And I don't think it will slow the planning board down at all.
Huzzah.
Okay.
And then we'll work with Michael and Doug, and perhaps the two of them have some ideas of who else we might involve, and we can try to look at what seems to make sense. And we'll bring that back to the council for some further conversation at the appropriate time.
So a yes vote would send the amendment back to the planning board, and a no vote would kill the whole thing and start over. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
No.
I think we'd be back at
I
square
think
one
it's
again.
the
No
reverse.
vote means you have to do a new motion.
The motion would have to be cast.
We'd have to fight some more.
I'm sorry, say,
Does a yes vote mean that we don't agree with the thing as presented and we're killing it as written?
We have an amendment
It's
on the
not,
floor.
it's not killing it. It's, the way the motion was made, it's, the council's not adopting what the planning board sent here. Rather, the council's referring it back to the planning board with some suggestions.
A yes sends it back.
Eventually.
Yes,
Yes,
in
sends
due
it
time.
back.
Yeah.
a yes would send it back, and a no would be, that's it for everything that's written so far.
A no means we're back to deciding
Arguing.
whether to vote
Yes.
no or yes on the bill.
Yeah.
No is arguing.
You all ready to vote?
Let's do it.
Any other comments? We'll start with Councilor Register.
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, nay.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin vote, nay.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. So it passes. 2 noes. Start with Curtis.
Mr. Beck, thank you very much for
So
your
we've
time.
got some time for minutes and roundtable.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
We really
Yeah, thank you,
appreciate
Doug.
it.
Thank
See
you,
you
Michael.
later.
We got him.
So on the
Oh, I've
minutes,
been getting them all along.
I think we're going to
Seeing
split
that
them
old
into
friend.
two different votes on these minutes. One vote for July 7th and one vote for August 4th. So I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of the July 7th, 2025.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Council Register.
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin vote, aye.
Cardin Welsh abstain
For lack of being at the meeting.
for lack of being.
You weren't on it.
Councilor Friedrich?
No excuse.
Aye.
Okay, that passes. The reason I wanted to split them is because I do not believe that Robin Fowler's comments and writing belong in our minutes. I am willing to adjust those minutes as she suggested with changing the words "right to die" with the language that she wanted
Death
to
with
use.
dignity, yes.
But I do not want to include her writing in our minutes. So I would make a motion that we accept the August 4th minutes without Robin Moore's written comments, but with her suggested change to her comments as they are discussed in the public comments section of that meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any question or?
That's what she requested.
She requested that they be in the minutes, and we have not done that in my term, and don't really want to set a precedent that everybody sends in all their writings to our council meetings as part of our minutes. This is the suggestion. Any other comments? Councilor Welch.
Cardin Welsh abstain.
Robin vote aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Ray Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Racer, aye.
And
One more, one more.
M as
Councilor
well.
Friedrich?
M. Friedrichs, aye.
And I'm sorry, there was a slight change on the minutes that Karen told me about. Give me one sec. Oh, on page 2 of the page 2, it says the minutes are attached, and that would be modified based on this vote. They're not attached. So that's a part of the, I think, what we just voted on. I don't think we have to vote on that again.
No.
We voted on the concept? Okay. All right. We've only got 10 minutes for roundtables, so I think we'll just go ahead and try to do it. Councilor.
Ooh, I'm not making it.
Sure, so I can be real quick, actually. The Durham Human Rights Committee met a couple weeks ago. We're very lucky. We have the ICE resource available for folks in town. That's available via the LinkedIn, or the link tree on the town. I don't know if that went to the website.
It's on the website.
Perfect. And then I've been communicating with Todd about getting the physical resources that were worked on by Kathy and the committee about getting those into the link tree as well. So I will be happy to send that out to everybody so that you can see what came of that.
Awesome.
But it's a really great resource for folks, and it will be updated. We're going to be looking for more public input specifically on what resources should be shared throughout that as well. Durham Energy Committee met on the 2nd. We had a great meeting with, I'm going to butcher the name real bad, Matt Van Ledge, the 4th grade teacher from Mohammed Elementary. They are doing a unit on renewable energy, and they see an opportunity for the Energy Committee to come in and talk about what's going on locally in terms of energy and to present that to the students. Therefore, they share that with the parents and have a bigger conversation about how to convert their homes and how to have that kind of resource available to the community specifically. The committee is also looking for 2 new members, so please get word around. 2 new members inside the Energy Committee, those who are interested in a vice chair opportunity as well. Let's see, what else did I have from that? There was a conversation about EV registration data specifically. It looks like that had last been collected in 2021. And there might be an opportunity for UNH Capstone in the future to start doing some more EV collection in terms of who has EVs, what does that infrastructure look like in Durham, and also just looking at the climate action plan. And from CPCNH update, there was no real concerns with the raise in rates specifically. The New Hampshire Consumer Advocate had recently urged folks not to buy into the CPCNH system, which was a little bit discouraging, as we found out. But we are looking to do more education around CPCNH and how we can not only get the right information out to folks, but to encourage folks to see that community power is an option. So that's it.
Thank you. From Sally Needle, she asked me to share what happened at IMAC, and she says the IMAC meeting of September 3rd focused on a discussion with Rich Rennie, Director of Public Works, and Assistant Director Sam Hewitt, about the current status of curbside trash and recycling. The challenges with insufficient staffing and failing trucks are now further complicated by the lack of a mechanic for the DPW to maintain the trucks. IMAC members appreciated getting an update on the status of trash and recycling and are supportive of the DPW's process of determining next steps. The next IMAC meeting is on September 17th, 8 a.m. at 5 Garden Lane, weather permitting, or in Town Hall. And I'll continue with the Parks and Rec meeting was actually canceled for this month. But their next task will be to follow up on the ARRC report that we heard last time at this meeting and what they can do to further the recommendations from that report. The Seacoast Economic Stakeholders Call focused on parking, and it's a focus that this council, I think, will and should take up in the fairly near future. We've talked about housing. We've heard a lot about the lack of parking. There've been talk about garages around town. Where do they belong? Do they belong? Garages were actually in the master plan. This town's been talking about them for a long time. And it may be time to move that forward now and think about where we might put a parking garage. Is it feasible? Would it work? How would it work? Et cetera. I will put this off to next time. Councilor Register mentioned that we, in our goals, talked about having an arts commission, but due to lack of time, I'm just going to bring it up again that it would be good for us to be talking about getting that perhaps moving forward.
Yes.
It's an economic development tool. It's a human. It's a thing that we have talent in town for, and it is one of our goals. And Councilor Regis, I assume you'll be talking about the Durham Business Association when it comes to you.
If I can extend the meeting for another 10 minutes.
Maybe. Councilor Burton.
I'm looking forward to going to Historic Commission again, because especially around Wagon Hill Farm. I'm working on several issues in Concord, like saving special education. But I think what I'll finish by saying that it's now time to submit bills for the office of, and if any of you have any issues you'd like me to, anything you tell me to do, I will do. If you are, whatever bills you want, well, we'll give them to the lawyers and they'll write it up and let me know. Send me an email, and I think there's a week we have to do it, and they have to get the drafts back to us. You don't have to know anything about the law, by the way. If you have a concept, you just send that. That's all they need, and then they'll do all the research how it gets done. So if you have anything like that, let me know.
Thank you.
The Conservation Commission met. We approved Riverwood's conditional use application for their development that's coming up. It was noted that Ann Welch, unfortunately, has stepped down as the Land Stewardship Chair. We approved Neil Slepian as the new Chair of the Land Stewardship Subcommittee. We approved a proposed budget for the Conservation Commission. And it was noted that Dwight Trueblood and Neil Slepian are going to be presenting the long-awaited WSOD to the Planning Board. And that's what all, wait a minute, I want to make sure I go to
Wait a minute,
15.
I'm just going to butt you right
Okay.
out.
Good one.
August 13th, the planning board met. We had the Mill Plaza in there for a change in their site plan. It's just to include a facade on the left side of the back building. They're going to add the tower there. It's been there and it's gone, and then it's back on, and that was based on a tenant request on a negotiation that they're working on. We had 35 Madberry, which is a frat house with a change in the driveway. I think that was part of a discussion previously, but I think that was going forward. And then we had Riverwood's site plan that was accepted as an application. So then following on that was on 8/27. We had the public hearing for Riverwoods. It's staying open. There was a good presentation on that. There were no public comments, but we've left it open pending some studies that still needed to have as a deliverable. And storm management was the main issue there. And then we did have the conservation subdivision come in with the combined shoreline wetland, and we'll be working on that later. But it was just a presentation on the overview of the actual document. And we'll be working on it whenever it's scheduled within the plans.
Okay, I'm going to actually step in because I realized I jumped over an agenda item about canceling the September 15th meeting. And given the time, I'm going to make a motion that we extend this meeting for 10 more minutes so that we can vote on that and finish the roundtable.
Seconded.
Councilor Welsh.
Aye. Cardin Welsh.
Robin vote aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, nay.
I would just like to note that this is a reason why we should be having a September 15th meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Aye.
Curtis Racer, aye.
I'm Friedrichs, nay.
That's for extending the meeting. The meeting will be extended then. And now we do need to vote on the should the town council cancel the meeting of September 15th? Does anybody want to make a motion about that?
What's the deal? You don't, no work?
I so move.
I believe.
We were able to get it through everything this evening that's on the docket.
Well, we
so-
haven't, though.
Well,
We have.
just about. Right,
Okay.
that was-
Did someone make that motion?
I did.
You did, and it was
Second.
seconded.
Curtis Racer, no.
Heather Grant, no?
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin vote no.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
I'm Friedrichs, nay.
Oh, yeah, it got
1,
killed.
2, 3,
We don't have to come.
1,
Not going to.
2, 3, 4 noes and 4 yeses. So the motion fails. So the meeting's not canceled.
Okay.
Oh, good.
We'll continue with the roundtable.
May I ask that M. Friedrichs goes first?
I wanted to give a shout out to minutes taker Jane Murphy. I think that she's been doing an outstanding job with the town council minutes, and when I had difficulties being able to attend some meetings when I was out of country, I was really able to rely on her notes, and I think that they've been just ideal balance of between detail enough to follow all of the decision making and not verbatim. So thank you. And the update from the Land Stewardship Subcommittee, we're continuing to look at updating kiosks. We will be meeting on Wednesday morning at 8:30 for this month, and then moving subsequent meetings beginning October to Monday mornings. At Farm Day, I was part of a group with the help of the Conservation Commission to pass out yellow light bulbs to residents. Yellow light bulbs help to not only protect firefly reproduction, but they have a number of other helpful conservation and agricultural benefits. And there's been some updates and Friday updates, or information in Friday updates about that. And we're looking to see if that becomes kind of a regular part of the Conservation Commission, or what may happen next with that. And then the one thing I wanted to kind of really bring up, I guess, more urgently is the email from Michael Barrett, which I think was helpful to the conversation around the conservation subdivision rewrite. Does have me a little concerned, because I think, as Michael pointed out, this will greatly affect residents, because a bulk of potential future residential development will occur through conservation subdivision. And the density there is really important, because the density is the financial gain. And so currently, it's about, I think it's like about 20% of Durham is in current use, where it is not being developed because it's not financially viable to do so, given how much development you could do in our coastal zones or in our rural zones. And adjusting those numbers could make it financially attractive to then develop those areas, which would have a real impact on the landscape of Durham, but also on the finances of the town and infrastructure concerns. And so I think those are pretty big questions, and I am very nervous about the planning board undertaking that without a greater context of all of those additional concerns, the environmental impact, the financial impact as well. And I think that really is a larger master plan type discussion where at least it needs to be talked about from various different perspectives. And that's the stuff that is, I think, urgent, and I will pass it on unless anyone wanted to kind of touch upon any of those things that I very briefly mentioned.
Okay, I'm going to try to talk fast. So I am doing 4 different things. So, all right, for the Durham Business Association, thank you for being out here, Tolo. I really appreciate you guys coming to represent, and I hope to see more of you guys. So thank you. But their next meeting is next Wednesday. There are business owners signing up. Every meeting there's about 50% or 100% more folks that are getting involved. So there is momentum occurring.
Is it this Wednesday?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. 10 September at 5:15 at Clark's. And keep an eye out for the residents. Their big DBA effort is going to be for Halloween. So there's going to be mailers, there's going to be bingo cards, there's going to be activities and stuff like that for the Halloween from the businesses. So keep an eye out for there. AgCom is last meeting was 11 September. They're currently meeting tonight, and I don't know what the next meeting schedule looks like, but we've been preoccupied with Farm Day and Farm Day After Action. For the public, if you have Farm Day submission pictures that you would like to submit, we're trying to accrue media to help advertise and socialize Farm Day. If you feel confident and comfortable sending that in, please send it to myself, Curtis Register, or Teresa Walker, and we'll be working to incorporate that into our Facebook page and our Instagram page that we're starting to reactivate and get moving for visibility purposes. County commissioners have met a couple of times in the past month. The main stuff that we should care about is they're designing a county training area for law enforcement and for fire that will be used for the whole county, and Chief Plummer is the point of contact from Dover for that, but it should be, they're looking at like CQB type activities for SWAT and hostage rescue for police, and they're doing full building knockdowns with the fire department. So I think it's a good opportunity for our men to get involved with that, or our staff, yep. They're also pursuing energy efficiency programs through Eversource and trying to leverage them to get us a better opportunity for rates and stuff along those lines, in addition to trying to, for the county particularly, use solar and this is separate purchases through contracting, to help remove their dependency on the gas generators that they use for their backups, as well as hopefully lower the cost of operating for the county as well. And so if they do that, obviously the initial buy-in is going to be hefty on the front end for cost, but hopefully will help with defraying supporting the county's energy costs as well. The school board, and the next meeting for them is the 19th of September, and they're going to go through the committee on the long-term care facility that they're looking to build. So they're looking to build a long-term care facility, they're looking to build a new warming center, and they're looking to build a homeless shelter in the next 5 to 10 years, and that's going to come with significant cost to Durham if and when those things occur. School board last met 3 September. Their next I think they met today as well for a finance meeting, but their next regular meeting is going to be 17 September, Morse Recital Hall. We got a small reprieve with the certification or the delay in certification of the anti-DEI law that New Hampshire put into place with that federal judge telling them they got to get more details until I think the 17th or the 18th of September, if I'm not mistaken. So that isn't a lot of breathing room, but is more than the schools had. There are significant challenges with transportation issues with the bus drivers. So if you see bus drivers driving around, please give them right away. Be kind. They're having a lot of hard time getting people to get in those positions. If there are people that want to get a job as a bus driver and get a CDL or have a CDL, please apply, because they are currently struggling pretty hard with the transportation issues. And finally, unfortunately, I need to end on a sad or / heartwarming note, and we need to understand that though it wasn't necessarily in Durham, Madbury had a tragedy that impacted the school district, and that murder-suicide was a significant hit, and I had the opportunity to go to that vigil that was hosted at the Madbury Church, and it was, obviously solemn, but heartwarming to see the community kind of show up forever. And I want to give a shout out to Bill Hall, because I don't know how he knew the family, but he stepped in and took their pets. And I think that's fantastic.
He's living next door.
Yeah. And so
that was nice.
Any type of tragedy, brings opportunity for us to check in and help our neighbors. And I think that's something that the school district is still struggling. And I don't necessarily know what guidance we can give, but just, be kind to the staff and stuff like that. So, hey, thanks. That's all I got.
Nice job.
Did he do it?
Yeah.
Well, given that we have completed our business tonight, the meeting is adjourned.
Motion to adjourn, or do we have to?
You took Mr. Ford's glory.
Motion to adjourn. Second that.
You take a.
All in?
I'll take it. Would you like me to motion, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Damn, they both robbed you.
Council Register.
Aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Aye.
Rain aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Robin vote aye.
Cardin, aye.
Emily?
Matrix eye.
We are adjourned. Oh, wait.
This is why I didn't.